Hey guys, welcome back to Rocket Gyan, my fellow space tubers, and today we have a Chinese launch and pardon me, and Chinese launch. We have a Chinese launch, but this time it's not a satellite going to space, but three astronauts, or you can say taikonauts, going to the Chinese space station. So yes, China indeed have a space station now, and now they are sending humans there too. So we have like a good view of the rocket. You weren't able to see the rocket there because it was um, not into what should I say, it was just covered with all those things, right? Those platforms and all. So you will see once the time comes close, but as you can see, we are t minus 3 hours 33 minutes and counting. So there will be some things which you will see happening as the time progress, so don't you worry about it. So yes, right now here you can see there are still people on the pad, and final checks are going on. Things are looking great as per the plan, and you will certainly see all those activities which happens, like since crew is going to space, so all those crew related activities, the final goodbye, this the suit, uh, wearing of the suit and all those things which we have seen in the Crew Dragon. Although there is some sort of parade also here which comes into place, so that is very interesting, which you will see certainly. So I hope everything is working fine right now. Yep. All right. So, without any further ado, welcome to the stream, the Moonman 4. Welcome to the stream, Rajesh Singh, Wildflower Accumulator, Nishant Kumar, and Audit Amplifier. Welcome to the stream, and you will not be, you need not to worry about anything regarding this launch, because I have everything which you need to know. So let's just jump into it, and because then we'll see the astronauts proceeding, which will start in just like 15 minutes or so. So we'll switch over to this again. So let's just see what do we have in store for us. Okay, so this is how the rocket looks like, the Long March 2F rocket. This rocket is not a new rocket, as you can say, right? This is a old rocket, and or I should say it is a capable and a reliable rocket, just like the Soyuz one, a workhorse for China. So here you can see that this Long March 2F has a certain boosters, the main stage, and which you will see also. Okay, all right. A second. Security check. This. Come on. Please, yeah. So yes, I was talking about the Long March 2F rocket. This is a crew capable rocket, and it has a payload capacity of around 8.4 tons. This can carry the Shenzhou spacecraft obviously to the Chinese space station, and let's get to the dynamics of this, or you can say the details of this rocket. This is a Long March 2F. Here you can see all the four boosters, which are powered by four four YF20 engines, which have a UDMH 9204 as its fuel and produces a thrust of around 814 kilonewton. So here you can see it is, that's why I said it's a old and reliable rocket, because they are not using cleaner fuels. It's not like China has not developed the technology for the semi cryogenic fuels like RP1 and LOX. They already have Long March 7 and 5 rockets which are working on that. So it's a the Chinese human spaceflight program is in place since 90s. So this rocket was developed back in the day in 90s. So that's why it's still in working, and it's working perfectly fine, and that's why you see it. But China does have plans to upgrade it for those cleaner fuels. So yeah, you will see that happening. Then we have the first stage. These are the boosters. Then the first stage, which have again the 4YF 20 engines, which you can see. So in total 8 engines will power the total first stage, you can say, of the rocket. Then we have the stage 2. Stage 2 is interesting one because it has 4 YF-24 engine, which again runs on UDMH N2O4 as its fuel, but it also has this 4 vernier thrusters, and this is very necessary for this type of rocket. We don't see this thing in Crew Dragon, right? The Falcon 9, it has a single stage, the second stage, which works perfectly fine. It's a properly throttleable stage, but if you can't throttle your engine, you can say, you know, at a certain, if you can't throttle, let's say, engine to like 40%, 50% capability, then what you do is you need to have some sort of what should I say, something to reduce the g forces on the humans, because crew is going to space and there is a strict requirement of g forces. It can't be greater than a certain point. So that's why this vernier thrusters comes in. Once you have a proper orbit insertion, not, I won't say a proper orbit insertion, a rough orbit insertion in place, then the main engine shuts off and the vernier thruster comes in for the fine tuning of the rocket. This not only reduces the g forces but also helps in the fine tuning, because when you have a lower thrust, then you can fine tune your orbit for your desired one. Then we have the fairings. Fairing has the crew module, the escape tower, and we'll talk about the crew module obviously. So yes, this was the thing which I was talking about, the YF-24 engines with 4 vernier thrusters, which you can see in here, and this is how it looks like. So, yeah, here you can see it. So now let's have a look at the upper part, which is the main thing which is carrying the stage. So here you can see we have the escape tower. Just like a Soyuz one, so we have a separation motors for it, the pitch yaw motors for it, and main motors for this. So people get confused, like, why do we have two types of motors, separation or main motors? So the thing is, we need to have a separation motor. Main motor comes in when there is actually a event, abort event. Okay, separation motor fires no matter what happens. So even if after a separation, the abort, the separation motor fires. Okay, so this is how it looks like. Yeah, so this separation motor, what it does is it ensures that the escape tower jettison from the whole stack, and yeah, this is the role of it. And the main motor has the role to take the whole stack in case of an abort to a safer location. And then we also have this just like Soyuz had the shroud motors, they have this high altitude abort motors. When the escape tower is jettisoned in the flight, then also you need to have some sort of escape capability. Then these high altitude abort motors comes into place. They are 4 of them, and we'll talk about the abort scenario also, but this is how it looks like, a rough idea. Now moving on, the abort scenarios. So here you can see, if at t 0 to t 120 seconds, this is the abort scenario in which the escape tower is still there. So what happens, the escape towers fires up, the grid fins open up, and the whole stack is separated from the rocket, which you can see. And once that happens, the spacecraft which is inside the stack, it just separates and then lands here at t plus 120 to 200 seconds. Since the escape tower is not there, the escape tower is jettisoned at t120 seconds, then the shroud motor comes in. Again the grid fins open, and those shroud motors or high altitude abort motors comes in and takes the capsule to a safer location, and then the jettison happen. And once this shroud is also separated and the fairings are open, then they have this abort scenario in which the spacecraft itself, the Shenzhou spacecraft itself, separates, and then it disintegrates to in 3 modules: the orbiter, service, and the re-entry, and then it re-enters the atmosphere and lands. So, and after that, once last scenario is when you have to if after in the, when in the second stage is firing, then also there is a certain abort scenario. So in that case, what happens, you can decide whether you need to abort to orbit by using the Shenzhou spacecraft engines, or you need to have a certain a re-entry to the atmosphere. You can decide. So this scenario, this Chinese spacecraft, this Shenzhou spacecraft basically has the escape capability till the separation of the Shenzhou spacecraft. So this is a good enough redundancy to have in case of any abnormality. So yeah, that's how it works. Now talking about the Shenzhou spacecraft, again it has a similarity for the Soyuz. It has three sections: orbital, re-entry, and service. Service has all the instrumentation, propulsion, and everything. Re-entry is where the actual astronauts resides. They have this this is the module which actually comes back to the Earth, and then the orbital module has all the cargo and a certain space also. And if you are if you want, you can, there is a, if the docking time is more, then you can just hang out in the orbital modules. Certain, it's not too much of space, but still some space is there which you can have in the orbital module. So we have already discussed about the Tianhe core module in the space station. I won't go into details of it. I just want you to see that this one, it will just attach to the aft part. Here is one more docking port is there. The Shenzhou-14 will attach to that part. So not sorry, here the Shenzhou-14 will attach that. Here the Tianhe attach, Tianzhou will attach here. So yeah, it will attach in this section. So a closer look at the Chinese space station. See, this thing is very much important now, because this Shenzhou-14 mission, we have talked about everything which is there, dynamics of this mission, but what are the specifics of this mission which we need to talk about? So the Shenzhou-14 is the most complex crew mission which the Chinese space agency will take place. So what is actually very much complex in this is that the here the arrival of this Wentian and the Mengtian modules will take place. So this is the first time the a crew mission is going to space station in the construction phase. So there will be these two space modules which will be coming to the Chinese space station. So this crew will be there inside the space station to welcome the spacecraft, obviously, and to do all the starting up the switches and everything and all those things. So those are the things. So right now we can see the core module is there. This obviously the Shenzhou is there. Then we have the Tianhe here, if we also have it here. This Wentian and Mengtian is left, and it will, the first module will come in July, the next month. So that will happen. And once the space station is completed, this will look like, it will look like this one. So yeah, I was to talk about the task related to the Shenzhou-14. So we have this the Shenzhou-14 crew will complete a series of tasks during their stay in the space station, including the overseeing the lab module, rendezvous, docking, and transposition, with the core modules completing in-orbit assembly and construction of the space station, completing the installation and commissioning of the equipment inside and outside the space station cabin, conducting space science and technology experiments, and carrying out daily maintenance tasks. So that's a huge list of huge to-do list which they have to do. This Shenzhou-14 crew has to do a lot of work, which I just told you. So they will obviously give the classes to the youngsters in this one also, and these this will okay this Wentian and the talking about the Wentian and Mengtian lab modules, this will provide a bigger platform for scientific experiments in space, because those are the two modules which are actually the science modules which will go to space. So Wentian module is mainly for space life science research, and Mengtian is for microgravity science research. So this is how it will look like, and there will also be a new robotic arm in the Wentian lab module. I think you can see here this one, yeah. This robotic arm actually can travel uh, uh, on this space station. There are certain hooks on the modules which this robotic arm can attach and then travel, and this robotic arm will assist the taikonauts also during the spacewalks and the construction of the space station. So yeah, this is all the specifics of this mission, and here you can see how it will look like. So we already had this module, the core module, then the Wentian will arrive the next month, then this will move from this docking port to this docking port in June, July, August, September, October. The other module will arrive, the Mengtian, and then it will in December it will move on to this docking port, and the total construction of the space station will be completed. So here you can see the timeline: June, July, and October. With June today, it is happening, and this will be a 6-month mission. So it looks like this is how the space station looks like. If you are wondering, clean looking one. And now let's talk about the mission profile. So the mission profile is very much similar to what we expect. Liftoff, it's a Shenzhou-14 mission, not 12 mission, but the mission profile is quite the same. So gravity turn will happen, escape tower will jettison, then the boosters will separate, the first stage will separate, the second stage will separate, the fairing will separate, then the next step is to the main engine cutoff. As I said, there are those 4 vernier engines for fine tuning of the orbit that will happen. Then the vernier thrusters will cut off, the spacecraft will separate, and the solar panels will deploy. So this is how the total mission profile would look like, and this is what it would look like once it is up there. So it will perform a fast rendezvous with the space station. It will take around 6.5 hours to dock with the space station, and it will perform various apogee raising maneuver. Here you can see, and once it arrives, it will just dock with here in this module docking port. So yeah, this is how it looks like. And let's talk about the crew. We haven't talked about those. We have this crew which you can see in front of you. This is actually, you know, this Chinese missions have this thing, like this is a Shenzhou-14 mission, right? And we have also have a backup crew. So the backup crew for the Shenzhou-14, if they are not needed, will be assigned to the Shenzhou-15 mission. So this crew which you are seeing is the backup crew for the Shenzhou-13 mission. So since they were not needed at that point of time, so now they have been assigned to Shenzhou-14. So this is what how the things look like. We have sorry for the pronunciation, I'm telling you first hand. So we have Kai Zuse, he's here. We have Chen Dong and Liu Yang. So these 3 astronauts are the astronauts from the batch of 2010, and they have a hell lot of tasks, the most complex and the most, you know, the tough task which they have on the space station. And right now the space station is empty. Yes. And from this mission, thus there will be a regular presence of humans in the Chinese space station. So this was the gap, and the gap will be filled now, and then the whole the Chinese space station will be there with the human presence, just like ISS. So yeah, that's how it will look like. Just see. Yeah, waiting for them to come live. Once we have, I'll switch over to them. So if you have any other questions, you can definitely ask me, guys. Okay, so it was Chinese launches are always a fun to watch and fun to explain for me too, because there are no as such things in there. So yeah, it's good to have. What time last between launch and docking? So as I said, 6.5 hours. Is there? It's see, they have the regarding docking also, they have like three modes, you can say: ultra fast, fast, and the normal mode. The ultra fast is this 6.5 hours only. So this is happening today, and this okay, so we are live. I'll switch over to that. Just give me a sec.
Hello and welcome to our special coverage of China's space program. I'm Yang Jiao in Beijing.
And I'm Jiao Yang. In a few hours, the Shenzhou-14 spacecraft will lift off with 3 astronauts on board. That is Chengdong, Liu Yang, and Cai Zhige. And it is the first manned mission to lift off this year.
Yeah, so we've seen the new team, and this is the first manned mission, and there will be they'll be the first in such mission since 2021. And this mission are part of China's efforts to complete construction of the country's Tiangong space station by year-end.
And the crew will be heading to Tianhe, so that is the orbiting core module of the space station. They'll be living there for 6 months. The Shenzhou spacecraft, which in Chinese means divine vessel, will be docking with the Tianhe, which means heavenly harmony.
That's right, and the launch of the Shenzhou-14 comes just less than 2 months after the return of the record-breaking Shenzhou-13 crew on April 16th.
So CGTN will be broadcasting the Shenzhou-14 launch live, also on our French, Spanish, Russian and Arabic channels, as well as on China Radio International. Our new media platforms will also live stream this event, so do tune in for exciting updates.
And also we have our two guests today in our studio. Let me introduce Mr. Zhang
yes.
Fan, an associate
There you go. My favorite
from
man
Beijing Normal University, and also Professor Yang Yuguan of China Aerospace Science and Industry Cooperation. They'll be bringing us live commentary and analysis of this launch. And thank you both for joining us today.
Pleasure.
So, professors, let's talk a little bit more about this launch to begin with. I would like you to put it in context for us. So this is Shenzhou-14. It's the third manned mission in China's attempts to build the Tiangong space station. What's significant about it, Professor Yang?
Well, you see, the launch window comes on 10:44, and after 10 minutes, that will be a historical moment, which means that at least within the next 10 years, there will be continuously, we have Chinese astronauts in outer space.
That's what
you
I
can
said.
see how significant it is. So you know that the Shenzhou-14 is the first crewed mission in the construction phase of China's space station program. But you know that before the ending of the Shenzhou-14 mission, we will have the launch of the Shenzhou-14 crew, and they will meet in outer space. So we will have our different expedition teams will stay in space continuously. So this is a really big moment for China Aerospace.
So after the 15th, we will still continue to have constant people as astronauts in the space station.
Yes.
And also, Professor John, as the astronomy expert, what is your expectation for this mission?
Right, so this will be the construction phase for the state lab
Very
out there in space.
phase of this,
so
right.
there will be 2 lab modules being launched, each 20 tons, the same size as the core module, and then they will dock with it and transposition into a T shape. So there's a lot of going to be a transformation in space. That'll be quite interesting to see. It's not just changing the shape; it's also the orientation. It's a whole shebang of maneuvers. So that will be quite exciting to see.
With those 2 additional modules that are coming up with that, then
if you are just joining in, guys, all the specifics of this mission and how everything would look like, I have already explained. So just you can just rewind if you want and get the information regarding this launch.
90 tons, thereabouts, quarter the size of International Space Station, but already having 25 racks for so where you can slot in experiments. So that's quite substantial. The entire International Space Station is only 31, so that's quite impressive density.
And in which part of the space station can help with the research work?
Okay, good.
For example, your fields like astronomy.
Right. So astronomy, obviously, there's going to be an entire telescope up there called Wentian.
Okay.
It's part of the space station program. It's not going to be on the space station.
It will have a different phase, but
Because otherwise
we fly with the space station, so orbiting with the space station together.
you don't want to be too close, otherwise the space station is going to block
Yeah,
out half the
correct.
sky.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, occasionally it will come in and dock with the station, and then all the robotic arms and all the EVA activities that can be performed on the Xuntian to repair it, to refuel it, do all sorts of exciting things, upgrade it. So that's going to be
Let me tell you,
quite
this
exciting.
telescope has a 300 times larger field of view than Hubble Space Telescope. So it's a quite a capable space telescope, and this telescope is a part of this CSS, but it will stay in the same orbit but a different phase. So a different phase, I mean, like if the space station is at a north pole, then the telescope will be at the south pole. So this is the different phase, but occasionally it will come and dock with the space station for regular maintenance, refueling, and all those things.
Meters. The larger the diameter is, the more sensitive it is. So the movements of the astronauts inside the station will be a disturbance to the observation of this Xuntian module. So finally, we changed the design, and the Xuntian module will fly independently. And then the second module becomes the Mengtian module. The design changed very greatly. But we also have our own features. You know that Xuntian is called the Chinese Hubble. Although the aperture or the diameter is a little bit smaller than the Hubble, the main mirror, the diameter is 2.4 meters, while our Xuntian, the main mirror is 2 meters, a little bit smaller. But because you know that we have the most advanced sensors in the Xuntian telescope, so although the aperture is a little bit smaller, but the resolution is similar. But the difference or the advantage of Xuntian is that because our sensors are very, very big, so the field of view of Xuntian is much, much larger than the Hubble Space Telescope.
Well, Professor Zhang, would having Xuntian as a separate orbiting module be more advantageous than having it being part of the Tiangong space station as was originally designed?
Right. So part of the reason is Professor
Yeah.
Yang just mentioned is vibrations and all that. It's human activities. Also, there are gyros on that on that space station, big spinning disks. Those are noisy and stuff. And also the thing Xuntian is Chinese for the English direct translation is sky survey, which means it has enormous field of view. It's 300 times the field of view of Hubble, and that's really important for astronomy because in the past you have tiny little telescopes. You have to look at the same thing over and over for like months to accumulate data. But now we have such powerful telescopes. We can capture transient events, things like exploding for a short period of time. Those are the more exciting things, right? More extreme physics happens, and that's where we learn things. And in order to capture them, you don't know beforehand where they're going to be, so you just have to keep an eye out for as large a sky as possible, and having it far away from the station, not having the station blocking it, then you get that field of view. Yeah.
So a lot of things to
This
look forward to.
vibration
Exciting.
And also
one is a
our
good
advantage
observation, I must say.
lies on the maintenance. You see that the Hubble Space
Professor Yang, let's get back to our light signal and with our reporter. And the three taikonauts of the Shenzhou-14 include 2 veterans of the previous Shenzhou missions and a rookie, and they will head for the launch site soon. A very brief ceremony will be held to see them off. Let's go live to our reporter Zheng Yibin on the ground. Hello, Yibin. What do you have for us?
Well, yes, you can already feel the excitement here where the hundreds of people are getting ready for the see-off ceremony at Wentian, the astronauts department compound at the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center in northwest China. Now the see-off ceremony will be held soon.
One thing which is different, you will see different from the Crew Dragon and this one is that here not only the family members, the media person, but also young students and all those people who are space enthusiasts come here to see off the 3 taikonauts, and you will literally see them getting this special treatment, like a whole parade type of thing happens, which you will see. Hopefully, if that will happen, we'll see if that happens or not. But last time it happened. So and there will also be a military sign off. Military personnel will come up and greet him, greet the astronauts and taikonauts, and you'll see. There's certain differences here with the Crew Dragon and the Chinese one.
Distance, there is a big wall, which with a picture of the taikonauts who have done the missions in space, and the name of the Wentian means the prevailing of the quest for heaven. Well, that means the people just want to have the quest for the heavens, and also the name is similar with the space lab to dock with China's space station next month, and Shenzhou-14 crew will enter that lab, do the experiments, and hold a space class to children on Earth. So that's also why taikonauts or astronauts are so popular among children. Well, this morning, more than 100 students at this place come here to hail their heroes and see them off to start a historic and marvelous space journey.
And I
Back to you.
love this thing about China, that their PR is more focused on children. They have this classes, live classes from the space station for the children, and then these type of events where children, students come and see them off for their final
2010. Now 12 years later,
walk, or you can say path to their rocket.
Adapting to a new environment and learning to live in orbit. They've been training for this moment for years. The manned Shenzhou-14 mission is scheduled to blast off in just a few hours. It's seen as another crucial mission in China's bid to build a space station. This 3-member crew will help with the installation of 2 more modules next to the main one. Let's meet the team. First is 43-year-old Chen Dong.
I can actually tell you responsibly that I'm ready. I will be the commander of the mission. Not only will I do my best, I will also lead my team to do our best.
It's not his first time in space. In 2016, Chen Dong actually set a then record for the longest time in space by a Chinese astronaut, 33 days. However, that will seem very brief compared to his scheduled stay this time around, which is nearly 6 months. Next up is Liu Yang, and it won't be her maiden voyage into space either. She became China's first female astronaut in space in 2012 and has been eager to go back ever since.
During the last mission, when I was about to return to the orbital module, I stopped and made a military salute. At that time, I was thinking to myself, I will come back in the near future. The near future turned out to be a decade.
Liu Yang says she's worked hard
And
to
this
gain
is
the
their
requisite
training.
body strength and resilience needed for such an arduous task. She added her team is looking forward to celebrating important occasions in China's calendar from the country's very own space station. And the third member is Cai Xuzhe, who will be making his debut journey into space.
This time, the 3 modules will be bigger and more comfortable to live in. There will be more facilities and more experiments too. I'm looking forward to getting into the space station and feeling at home.
Like previous missions, the Shenzhou-14 crew are scheduled to give classes to school children from the space station. Near the end of their term, they'll welcome another manned mission, the Shenzhou-15, to the space station. It will be a bit crowded, but not for long, because the Shenzhou-15 team will depart within days. By then, it's expected the space station will be completed. Wang Xiwei, CGTN.
That
Now let's get
the
back-
thing which you just saw, the training part, they have this huge swimming pool where the full mock-up of this space station is there, so that you can kind of simulate space inside water, and NASA also does this, and that's a good way and effective way to train the astronauts. So yeah.
But they will also attend the whole construction phase and also ensure the success of this construction. This lies in many facts. You see that the Wentian and the Mengtian modules both has a mass more than 20 tons, and they will be an independent flying spacecraft after it's launched, and they will rendezvous and dock to the Tianhe 1 core module. During the docking procedure, although the docking technology is already very practical in China, we test that since 2011. But still, for all space-capable nations, this docking procedure is still a very risky, very complex procedure. So anything can happen. We must have some other measures to ensure its safety. So we both have the automatic docking and manual docking mode. Because we have the Shenzhou-14 crew on board, we can ensure if the automatic docking system has anything wrong, we will switch to manual docking and complete that. So you know that we have a control panel inside the Tianhe 1 core module, and the astronauts on board will control the Wentian and Mengtian module and perform the manual docking. But you see, the astronauts are not sitting in the Wentian and Mengtian module because before the docking, it is a manned spacecraft. So we will use a remote mode. And this technology has already been tested by the Shenzhou-13 crew. During the Shenzhou-13 mission, the Tianzhou-2 is undocked from the docking pod, and then the Shenzhou-13 crew use the control panel to drive the Tianzhou-2 cargo ship and manually docked to the station. So this technology we have already tested and mastered. And this is a very important measure to ensure the safety and the success of the docking procedure.
So we're going to have several dockings. There's also going to be lots of EVAs, and I also understand that there's going to be about 100 experiments or so just planned for this phase of the construction of the Tiangong. So, Professor Zhang, is there anything that you're particularly interested in and looking forward to seeing the astronauts complete up there?
Well, actually, they haven't announced the full list of all the experiments, but one thing I'm really looking forward to is the new astronaut, the debuting astronaut, Cai Xuzhe. He's mentioned that he's bringing
Actually,
up a lot of
the
speed up
crew,
there.
they have a hell lot of work, and basically the early mission summary is like this. The crew will experience 5 rendezvous and docking events, 3 undocking events, and 2 rotation of the modules, which means moving a module from one port to another. So this is early mission, and then there are obviously the maintenance, daily maintenance tasks, as well as those science missions, as well as other setting up and switching on the modules and all those things. So yeah, they have a great time on CSS.
14 mission marks the second phase of the Tiangong space station construction, as we've been saying. So Tiangong has been an important part of China's manned space program. So let's take a look at its construction so far.
The building of the Tiangong space station is a lengthy and difficult process. Altogether, it involves 11 different journeys into space, 4 crewed flights, 4 cargo flights, and 3 to send up the actual parts of the space station. A logistical monster, but a good start is half the battle, they say, and China has certainly managed that. It all began in April 2021, when the most important section of the space station, the core module, known as Tianhe, was launched from Wentian spacecraft launch site. Tianhe serves as the living quarters for crew members and provides the space station's power and propulsion. Exactly 1 month after Tianhe's launch, Wentian was a hive of activity once again. It was time for the first shipment of cargo on board the Tianzhou-2 spacecraft to be launched. With nearly 7 tons of cargo, it marked a debut for China's space station cargo transportation system. It included propellant and supplies to support human life in space station. The third journey was a real landmark occasion, which saw the arrival of the first people on Tiangong. It involved 3 Chinese astronauts who stayed there for 3 months. In September 2021, China launched the Tianzhou-3 spacecraft carrying supplies for the next batch of astronauts.
3、2、1，点火！
A month later, another crew of 3, including a female astronaut, took off for China's longest manned space mission yet. They returned in April after 183 days, verifying technologies of the Tiangong, including its giant robotic arm and the safety mechanisms for spacewalks. On May the 10th, the Tianzhou-4 was launched into orbit carrying more supplies for the Shenzhou-14 crew. 2022 promises to bring even more excitement and construction, with Tiangong gradually taking its distinctive T shape. Li Jingyi, CGTN.
Now we get back to our studio
And
discussion.
this,
Professor Yang will just tell us.
Tianzhou basically is the cargo supply mission to the space station, and right now it is docked in with the space station. There are 2 cargo module already docked with the space station. They'll have to go there, unpack all the stuff from the those two modules, and they need to do a lot of hard work.
This time they made history. You know that Chen Dong is the first commander of a flight mission in the second group of astronauts. This is very important. You see that because of historical reasons, you know that this year is the 30 years anniversary of our Chinese manned space program. And we start the selection of our astronauts since 1990s. And today, because you know that almost all the astronauts, the first group of astronauts were born in 1960s. So they are more than, almost all of them are more than 55 years old. But the second group astronauts, as introduced, Miss Liu Yang and Mr. Chen Dong were born in 1978. So they are only more than 40 years old.
43.
This is a golden age for them. I always said to the media that I believe that the second group of Chinese astronauts will play a leading role in the construction and operation of China's space station, because they are young enough and you know that they have very good chances. You know, this time after they come into orbit, there will be 9 times the second group of astronauts come into outer space. Although you know that we only have 7 astronauts in the second group, 5 men and 2 women. So they have very good chances, and they are already experienced, and they are also very young and in good physical condition. So this time, Mr. Chen Dong, I believe that he will have very good performance, and also as Ms. Liu Yang. And Ms. Liu Yang is already a mother of 2 kids, a girl and a boy.
So we have another mother going on.
And also, the more amazing thing is that after she comes back from the Shenzhou-9 mission, she also get a PhD degree. So she's a very talented girl. So this time it's her second mission, and also as she has introduced, all these crew members will have EVA during 2 or 3 EVAs during these Shenzhou-14 missions. And I believe that the EVA this time will also more complex and more intensive works in orbit, because you know that for the construction of the China space station, it is not only simply connecting the 3 modules together.
That's right.
There are also many tests and many other works. Not only install equipments in the scientific research racks inside the station, but also those outside the station, installing the scientific equipment outside the Wentian and Mengtian module, and also adjust something like the panoramic cameras in similar like those
Like
in
in
the
the last
Tianhe
mission
1
they-
module.
right.
So these works will also very challenging.
It's always a team of 3, it seems, Professor
Right.
Zhang. I think there's a reason for this, and it seems like the combination is 2 experienced veteran astronauts and 1 newbie.
Right, they want to train the new guy, I presume, and the reason why there are 3 is because they can only sit 3 in the crew module currently in service.
It's a space issue, is it?
Yeah, but there's a new one being developed for lunar
Sorry,
landing.
just don't want to interrupt. Now you're seeing a life signal picture from I believe this is Zhou Chuan, outside the Wentian. Right, go ahead, Professor. Zhang.
Right. So the new one can sit a lot more, 6 to 7 people. That's actually that one I really like because it has really good thermal insulation. Thermal insulation accounts for like almost half of the weight. So that's thing. If you can develop that material really well, you get really good crew module. And the Chinese one is really good. I dare to say, it's 13 cubic meters, only weighing like 7 tons. Compare that to American's Orion, which is 8 tons and 9 cubic meters. That's a lot improvement for.
That's right. After all, it was the new space station that's been constructed after 20 years.
Right. That's the space station as well, and this crew module will serve both the lunar landing and going back and forth from the space station. Currently, the crew module can't really take down much material. Only 3 people coming down,
so
which
direct
means if you have
competition to
experiments
NASA.
going up and down, because if you do materials experiments, you want to take the sample down, which currently is very difficult. But with the new crew module, it will be a breeze. So that's something I'm looking forward
6
to.
to 7 people at once. Orion does not have that capacity already, and wow, now okay, we'll talk about it later. But right now, you can see the 3 taikonauts making way. to their buses, which will take them to the rocket.
So we have
Final
Commander
seal-off.
Chen Dong in the middle, and there is
There's your
Liu
crew,
Yang,
Liu Yang.
as well as the newbie on this trip. That's Cai Xuzhe.
Hi, Xuzhe. Commander. Okay, now this is our female astronaut this time.
So just to recap, they will be up there for 6 months on the Tiangong space
Professor
station.
Yang, Liu Yang, and Wang Yaping are also at the second
Yes, all of them belongs to the second group.
group of the
Yes.
Chinese astronauts.
So as I
program.
mentioned, we have 5 men and 2 women in the second group.
And it'll be some time before the third group of astronauts will be done with their training, wouldn't it?
The third group has already been selected, and also we have female astronauts.
Right.
我们奉命执行神舟14号载人飞行任务，准备完毕。
And they're saying that the preparation is ready.
中国人民解放军航天员大队航天员陈东，
We have the commander
Chen Dong is,
introduce
reporting.
himself.
航天员蔡旭哲，
They have been asking for
出发。
permission to.
是，敬礼。
And that's the 3 announcing that they are ready and prepared for this mission into space.
Such a
And
special.
after a very brief farewell to this crowded,
This
I
is so
believe their
cool.
family are still there, and also some other crew members. And all 3 astronauts will be heading to the launching site.
And that launch will take place in about an hour.
This is not very far.
2
It's not very
hours.
far from the Wentian, right? It's like 20 minutes drive.
Also, you know that they take a ground vehicle to the launch pad, and also they will use the lift to the 9th floor of the service tower.
So these 3 astronauts have been in quarantine in the lead up to this, haven't they, Professor Zhang?
Yeah, you don't really want to bring any sort of virus or bacteria out there. You get sick, then you might have to abort the whole mission to come back quickly. That's not something to look forward to.
How long would this quarantine have been?
About a week, if I'm not mistaken.
So when would be the last chance for them to see their family in person? I mean, I suppose here, would they be able to say goodbye in this the send-off now?
I'm not sure. I see their families there.
Usually, their family member will among the audience.
But they wouldn't be able to have any.
I can still remember last time the daughter of Miss Wang Yaping
Right.
also is among the people, and
Right.
and called her mother.
Nowadays, it shouldn't be that much of a problem because they can just call them from space anyways.
Right.
So it's a lot easier now.
Yeah, they can communicate, right? They can.
Yeah.
They can still communicate and send messages to their families.
Yes.
So this procedure we have seen is our Chinese tradition. It's quite different from that of Russia. You may have heard of that. You know that during every launch, every Soyuz launch, the male astronaut will pee on their way to the launch pad because this tradition comes from Yuri Gagarin. During his first flight of human being, so he peed during to the wheels of the ground vehicle. And for
Now
female,
become a tradition.
for the female
for China,
astronaut,
yeah.
because it's not very convenient to do this, so they will before this course they will put their urine in a bottle and pour that on the wheels.
This is
I
Russia,
didn't know that.
Right.
Right, but not something that we're seeing here.
That's a Russian
So that
tradition.
represents best wish for the safety of the journey.
Oh my. I did
We should
not
have our
think.
own tradition.
Yeah.
I guess we do, right? They eat baozi.
They do?
They
Before
eat
leave, because
baozi,
that's
right?
the last
They
thing.
eat baozi before lunch.
The last meal on Earth.
Boss is not only
And they will also sign. They will make the signature on the door of the dormitory.
Usually, you know that for me, before the launch, I always eat 3 balls for the success.
So you're following
Do
the
they
tradition as
seriously
well.
do it, right?
Does that correlate with the number of astronauts?
also I
if there are
don't
6,
know.
you're gonna have to really stuff yourself.
Tradition is still going on there.
So we're looking at the weather right now.
didn't
The
know about
conditions
it.
look pretty good over there, right? So
Wow.
this is sort of an ideal condition for launch. Professor Zhang?
Yeah, it looks like so. If the wind is too much, it can knock the rocket off course a little bit, but of course you can gimbal the engine to bring it back. But lightning will be a problem. It will fry the electronics, even the navigation, to make it lose control.
But when we talk about wind, I mean, how strong
There you
winds
go,
would
the
it need to
special
be
parade
to
for them.
have to cause an
That's what I said. It's not a simple ride to the rocket like we have for America. They have a proper parade, which you can see a special honor for the taikonauts going to the space. Everyone greets them, sees them off, which is such a great feeling, and they obviously are escorted by military personnel. You can see that. This is such
And
a
the
good
medics
tradition.
will stay in the same vehicle with them to take care of our astronauts, and also to ensure that, because you know that they are already wearing the IVA spacesuits, so must keep that in a very good status. And also sometimes, you know, you may notice that they will have a small box in their hands.
A
So
small
that-
what, sorry?
A very small box.
Okay.
Small box. There are also pipes connected to their spacesuits. This is to provide
Yeah, you
some
can see the
ventilation,
fans.
because in some cases it will be very hot inside the IVA spacesuit, and with this ventilation device, they will cooling down.
And the three taikonauts led by is Commander Chen Dong, a veteran of 2016 Shenzhou-14 mission, are on their way to the launching site. And our reporter Ning Ho.
Hey, Null Unit, no worries. I can totally understand, but just you know, I hope everything comes back to the life, back to normal in your life, and then you can again support me if you can. So it's all right, and yeah, thank you for your support.
And the rocket is in position, and you can see it's a clear blue sky where with barely no wind, so we got a very good weather today. And we're now in the 3-hour countdown. And earlier this morning, while people have finished the last round of checks of all system for the rocket, and now as we enter in 3-hour countdown, people are beginning to closing hatches in the rocket, and also the manned spaceship become to power on with engineers entering the ship and preparing it for the taikonauts to go into it. And also to learn more details about the rocket and also the condition, we got a guest here who is from the China Academy of Launch Vehicle Technology, Mr. Qian Han, who is also one of the rocket designing team. And I'll let him to tell us more about the condition of the rocket right now. 姜老师您好，现在我们这个火箭的状态。
So, Mr. Chen, tell us about the shape of the rocket and what preparations have you done? Well, according to the briefing yesterday, we expect to ignite the rocket at 10:45, and we have entered into the preliminary procedures of the pre-launch cycle. And earlier today, we have conducted a pre-launch test, and now the rocket is in very good shape. And we have also done some other stuff, for example, the running of the calculation and also the test of the control system. And we have installed battery, and we also deployed the test pipelines.
那么我们那个就是这个火箭它在工位上其实已经停留了
So
很久
now
作为备
the
份，
rocket
那这
has
也是我
been
们之
there
前从来
for
没有遇到过的情况。我们
a
做了
good
哪些
time,
的准
and
备来让
so
火
what
箭
preparations
处在
have we
最佳的
done
发射
to
状态？
ensure that it's in very good shape? So this is the Long March 2F carrier rocket, and this is taking a longer time in terms of standing on the launch pad. So we have tested the carrier capacity and also the risk warning capacity of the rockets. We have conducted numerous experiments. In the meantime, we have adjusted the humidity and temperature of the rockets. When it gets ready to be launched, we have tested the sealing of the rocket. We conducted multiple rounds of tests. So it's ready to go. Yes, it's ready to go.
Well, in just a moment, and the taikonauts will enter the rocket, and also the chief designers will also go to the launch pad to do a final and thorough round of check for the rocket before it launch. Yeah, that's what we've learned here. Back to you.
Well, thank you. That's our reporter, Ning Hong. It's always good to hear all the good news. It seems that everything.
Yep, 3 hours left
ready.
and
So
everything
let's get
is
back to
looking
our, studio.
great right now.
Professor Yang, as
So
our reporter
yes,
was
Null Unity,
mentioning,
no worries about
and
you.
several
So if
centers
whenever
you
your
Launch
life gets
Center
back to
in
normal,
China
I
were
hope
made
that happens
for
really
Tianhe
soon.
mission. Why is that?
You can do that.
Part of this is due to
You can
the
join
multiple
again. No worries.
reasons. As you mentioned, that Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center is the first spacecraft launch center in China,
Yep.
And it's very practical and very comprehensive facilities inside the launch center. Moreover, you see that to launch human-rated launch vehicle from the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center also have other advantages. You know that until today, the liftoff and the whole launch procedure is almost the most risky part for a human mission. And in any cases, we must ensure the safety of the astronauts. So maybe in some cases, we will have emergency escape. So if we launch the spacecraft from the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center, you may notice that most of the ground track is inside the mainland of China. So in most cases, if anything wrong happened to the launch vehicle, we have emergency escape. Probably the astronauts will land in the land of China. Although we
About
also
this emergency escape systems, I have already explained this system and Abort methods in detail in this live stream, so you can just rewind and get to know everything about the Abort systems and Abort modes basically and how they work. But in brief, I would like to say that they have this abort scenario till the end of the flight. So from the launch till the end, you can abort at any point of time. So yeah, that's great capability to have.
we can have other choices to use the Wentian spacecraft launch site because that launch site, the latitude is much lower than the Jiuquan, and then we can use the energy. And on the other hand, that's the new generation human-rated launch vehicle. The diameter will be 5 meters, so it is impossible because of the limitation of the size of the railway channels. We usually transport our launch vehicle to the Jiuquan satellite launch via the railway. So the size of the tunnels will limit the diameter of our launch vehicles. So if we want to launch a 5-meter in diameter the launch vehicle, we only can launch that in the Wentian spacecraft launch site.
So Professor Zhang, can you explain that for our viewers, why it is that it would be more ideal to be closer to the equator for the launch site?
Right, because the Earth is spinning, and when you are in the equator, you are further out from the axis of rotation, so it's just the centrifugal force, it just swings you outwards. It's a little bit of extra, but the most important issue that is what Professor Yang just mentioned, you can transport that thing via ship, so it can be whatever diameter you want. You're not constrained by the size of the railway tunnels. Right now, this older generation of rockets, they're 3.5 meters in diameter, so you can do that. But for the next generation, really
larger
fast,
one.
yeah, you're gonna have to.
That's big.
What do they look for when they're choosing a launch site? I mean, what other advantages are there of having this from Jiuquan?
Well, there are many restraints. You see that what Professor Zhang and I have discussed is about the latitude.
Right.
So the lower it is, the more energy you can use. But also we have other restraints. For instance, until today, if we want to launch an object into orbit, we can only use multiple stage rockets. So it is inevitable that the first stage, the boosters and the payload fairings will drop onto the ground. So we must ensure the safety of these areas. Right? Yes, that for other launch centers such as the Jiuquan Satellite Center, the Taiyuan Launch Center, and the Xichang Launch Center, most of the objects will drop into the ground. Before the launch, we must ensure that there are no people inside these zones, and also we must ensure the accuracy of the dropping itself. So that's a very big restraint. And also the advantage of the Wentian Satellite Launch Center is that all these dropping areas are on the sea, in the oceans. So this is a very good thing. And also the other thing is the direction. We usually call that the launch azimuth. So for a certain launch site, it only have limited choices for the launch azimuth. If we launch to the wrong direction,
Right.
maybe it will drop to another country.
That's right.
So that's not acceptable.
And I heard in the past is all of those villages will live along the route of this of their flight trajectory and will be evacuated, and they'll
Exactly.
be issued the movie tickets, and it will be encouraged to the movie theaters to watch movies. Hey,
Yes,
everybody,
yes,
everybody
that's
just
right.
leave your home. Just
Actually speaking, they also have used these examples. The dropping of the first stage or the boosters drop to some houses, but they have never have any people hurt. So this is a big problem. And if in the future, you know that we are also now developing new technologies. For instance, to have some control on the dropping objects, so that can drop more precisely. Before that, you know, that's the dropping area is very, very huge. Right. You are several thousand square kilometers. But with the control, it can drop more precise. And this can also very interesting, can be recognized as a preparation for the future recovery of the first stage of the boosters. So this is also very important.
And not just things dropping, but you can feel the tremble of the rocket lift.
Actually, this thing which they are talking about, the control of the booster, they are testing it, and they have actually tested it in some of the flights in which they have this parafoil on the rocket, and they try to glide it off the, you know, if it is hitting the way, then they try to glide it off there. So this is the thing which they are testing, and they have already tested it, and it was a success. So yeah, they can install this parafoil and literally make that rocket part lighter. So it's a great thing, you know, a good concept to have.
Experience of witness of my satellites launched into orbit with a launch. It is very interesting. You see that because you are 1 or 2 kilometers from the launch pad, first you will see the liftoff, but only after several seconds you can hear the blast. Because you know that's the sound travel only at about 340 seconds, 340 meters per second. So only after several seconds you can hear the blast. Very, very interesting phenomena.
Well, if you're just joining us now, we are preparing and waiting.
When you are talking about these burps and all those things, these things, you know, these are related to gases, and gases does not have any, you know, a very or I should say a very mild effect is there when it comes to gravity. So gases actually operate mainly on high pressure and low pressure. So these burps, no matter if you are upside down, will happen if there is certain pressure difference created inside your stomach and outside. So yeah, that's how it will work. It will definitely happen there.
Now and the liftoff, 2.5 hours.
There are many complex tasks. You see, there are still about 200 ground staff on the launch complex. They are preparing everything. So most of them now come from the launch.
Would be like if you are talking about a proper spaceship wherein you can have your luxury too, then obviously there will be a smoking area which will have those ventilation going on. So yeah, but that is smoke. I don't think so will be recycled, or maybe recycled equipment developed for specifically for it. But let's see. I don't know how it will work, but yeah, a good food for thought.
It is very interesting.
Sometimes we can see the steam, the white smokes that coming out.
No. Because you know that's this Long March 2F launch vehicle use the what called the hypergolic propulsion system.
Right.
It is in room temperature, not like Long March 7. Long March 7 use the liquid oxygen, and kerosene. So you can see the white, actually speaking, white vapor.
We're not going to see
the vaporized
any of that
liquid
this time.
oxygen.
Okay.
So for the Long March 2F, because it used the hypergolic propulsion system, which use the UDMH, or the unsymmetrical dimethyl hydrazine, and the nitrogen tetroxide as the oxidizer. So both are working in room temperature, so you cannot see the white smoke.
All right.
So Professor Yang, if you can just describe for us in about 2.5 hours, what will we expect to see when the rocket is launching?
Just before the launch, you will see that it is very interesting. The sequence of
you can actually see those things can be managed inside wherever you are, because there is a certain filter also there, right? Air filter is constantly running, so whatever you have. bubbed out, it will be filtered out. So it's not a problem. It's a normal thing which happens. It's not a problem. Smoking is definitely one, but normal food eating and burps are not a problem.
Between the Shenzhou spaceship with the rocket and bring the astronaut safely to maybe 1 or 2 kilometers away. So this is a very necessary step because only when the top platform opened and the emergency escape system is exposed, we can do this. So this is the first step.
So as in the top part will detach from the rest of the rocket?
No. I mean the rotational arm will be opened.
Right.
So this is the first step. And then we will open the other 3 platforms from bottom to up.
Okay. So top first, then bottom up.
The bottom one will be open, and then the second platform, finally the third one. You see that the astronauts will enter the spaceship from the 9th floor of this launch tower, and their channel to the spaceship is on the 3rd rotational platforms. So that one will be opened finally.
Right, these 3 astronauts have been stepping down from the vehicle, and they have been holding a little box in their hands.
As I mentioned,
the box that
for ventilation.
What is that?
That's a box for ventilation because it's very hot inside there.
So they're taking the air conditioner along with them.
Handheld air.
So after they come into the cabin, they will connect the cable. Connect the pipe to the spaceship. So the box will no longer be used.
So they're heading in now and going up a lift to reach the 4th platform. Is that right? The top platform.
The 3rd platform.
The 3rd platform. Okay.
Yeah, on the 9th floor.
Professor Zhang, have you been talking with your international colleagues about the China's space station programs? What do they say about this?
They're pretty happy that it is a fairly open program because it's Chinese station, but the proposals for the scientific experiments actually goes through the UN Office
for Outer Space
Affairs. So that's really good, especially for developing countries, because UN got a lot of bad rap from the developed countries because it's not responding to their request. But for developing countries to engage in this sort of things, UN is really, if not the only channel. So they have a chance to, if you look at the proposals being put in, especially the one being selected, a lot of them are from developing countries. So this will really sort of give them a sort of foot in the door for this almost the most important thing, one of the most important thing for the next leg of development of human in space. Yeah.
Do you know anyone from, for example, from other foreign university who has been applying for the program on China's Tiangong space station?
Right. I know from Italian colleagues. Italy is actually really strong in this, and also for gravitational wave stuff, some Chinese teams doing doing experiments on there who have colleagues working instantly with Italy. So they're doing things like drag-free, which means to test gravity, you want something to be in true free fall. The station isn't actually in true free fall because there's still some air up there and also radiation. So they have a container in there, and you have something isolated from everything else, and it can really be in free fall to be used for testing gravity.
So this
small
is the
changes.
elevator.
So they've arrived at their platform, right?
They will go to reach the 9th floor via this elevator.
So I'd like to ask you about the specs of this rocket that we're looking at. Professor Zhang, what sort of height, weight, payload do we have with this rocket, with the Long March?
So there's 3 modules of the crew thing. Shenzhou, it adds up to 8 tons. So that will be lower Earth orbit. So in the future, when you launch from sort of Long March 5, it can easily go 20 tons and above for low Earth. And then there's a rocket called Long March 9 in development. That's sort of 100-ton above range.
Okay. What we see this video is they are already on the 9th floor of the launch tower, the service tower. You can see other staffs. Most of them belongs to the astronaut system. Some belongs to the Shenzhou spaceship system, and they will give a final check especially on their IVA spacesuit.
That's right. And I still remember that scene. The last time when we were launching the Shenzhou, I remember it's the Shenzhou-12, that when those, because they're wearing a very heavy suit, so they cannot just take off their shoes and then put on the shoes by themselves.
The boots, they will take off their boots.
Right.
Yeah, because you know that in our space field, the objects, even especially some small objects, can cause very serious problems. So we must ensure that it is very clean. So they always wearing a boots before they reaching the spaceship. But before they enter the spaceship, they will take off their boots.
Take off the boots.
And there it is. It's happening
clean.
now.
They need some assistance.
Yeah. And also we have sensors to monitor their, for instance, cardiovascular system and also their healthy conditions and so on.
And they'll be wearing these sensors all throughout. This is attached to their spacesuit as well?
Inside the spacesuit.
You don't want to move too much to break them down.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is a very similar scene from the last two launches.
The selection of the astronauts, the psychological features is also a very important consideration when we select the astronauts. So,
there you go, guys.
Although in this moment most of us are very exciting, maybe very nervous, but they are very calm.
Very calm and composed.
Yeah.
So we're actually looking at, we've got images there on the right of inside the capsule.
So the bottom one image, the bottom right image is from the re-entry module, and the top image, the top right image is of the orbiter module. So the ingress of this spacecraft will happen via the orbital module. So you will see the astronauts going into the orbital module and then coming down inside these re-entry modules. It would look a bit uncomfortable to watch, but yeah, that's how it works and that's how it is. So yeah.
So we're hearing a list of cities
and this is
reporting back.
Well, this is a huge program that's been involved.
Yeah.
Many people in many locations to be involved in this.
What we just heard is the commander of the Jiutian Satellite Launch Center confirm the status of each ground station.
That's right. They're the alpha.
Yeah. What we heard is the ground station near the Jiutian Satellite Launch Center and those along the ground track of this Long March 2F. So we must ensure that every system, as you mentioned, it is a huge system, including not only the launch vehicle, the launch pad, the Shenzhou spaceship, but also.
They're again checking with all the various ground stations.
Testing and more checking. That's going to be a long process.
It's just a
They are checking the trajectories. You know that why this is important, because you know that as we have already heard, all the ground stations along the ground track, they must tracking the spacecraft. So we can only achieve this with the very precise trajectory, because with the wrong trajectory, they cannot capture the spacecraft.
That's it.
So this is the reason why we need to check that.
So Professor Yang, you watched the last few launches as well. So roughly at what time would they go into the capsule, and how long would the wait be for these astronauts then, before the actual liftoff?
Usually 2.5 hours before the launch window.
But they'll be ready inside the capsule.
They will go into the. But still, at this moment, we have the ground staff inside the capsule to perform all kinds of checkings. You know that it is very interesting that the Shenzhou spaceship, although as Professor Zhang has mentioned, we only have the limited capability, maybe about 50 kilograms or to 100 kilograms of cargo to bring back to the Earth. But for the uploading, it is bigger, about more than maybe 200 kilograms or 300 kilograms. So most of these cargoes are fixed inside the orbital module, and some are time sensitive. You see that, for instance, if you want to perform some biological experiments, maybe in the future, maybe animals, That they are living things. So we can only install these kind of cargo inside the cabin maybe several hours before the launch.
Again, they're checking in with all the various ground stations.
Matt, I have to confirm this thing, but I think 7 is the highest one. I have to confirm whether the shuttle has ever flown like 8 passengers. So, yeah, but I guess it is highest is 7 for me right now.
No. This is IVA's
And
spacecraft.
guys, 120 people watching. If you haven't liked this stream, please hit that like button, because you'll find these interesting launch activities, launches basically on this channel, in which we cover everything about the launch. So just hit that subscribe button, and you'll never miss any launch or any other space event.
To have more astronauts inside a limited cabin, the former Soviet Union chose a very risky way. They let the cosmonauts to take off their IVA spacesuits and only wearing ordinary suits inside their cabin, so they can have 3 astronauts inside a very small volume. But in 1971, 3 cosmonauts lost their lives when they return the Earth, because there is a malfunction of a valve and the whole cabin is depressurized, and the 3 cosmonauts died in a very painful way. Because after that, there is no exception. Any space mission, we must have an IVA spacesuit. It is a pressurized one. Although it's much simpler than the EVA spacesuit, but we must have this. What we heard now is a simulation. We can recognize as a drill of the real launch.
Oh, okay. So that was the countdown to the drill.
Yeah.
So it'll be rehearsal on the computer.
So with this procedure, we can check if the whole system, including other ground stations, is okay.
So before all of this, the rocket has actually already been at Wentian launch pad for about 208
6 months.
6 months or so.
Above, yeah. It's the backup for the last mission.
Yeah.
Yeah, if anything goes wrong, they launch this thing for the rest
This
of the
rocket
mission.
has been standing by for, I remember, it's 8 months.
Oh, yeah, a
more than
bit longer.
Pretty
than
much
6.
since
At least 6,
since
yeah.
the last crew went up.
That's right.
Soon
Yeah,
after that.
It's also make a record.
That's a very interesting mechanism for this backup. So every time when, for example, like when Shenzhou-13 leave the Earth, the Shenzhou-14 will be back up, and now this time it's the Shenzhou-14, and there are also another 3 astronauts standing by.
At this moment, the combination of the
So
Shenzhou
actually, sorry, just to
15.
interrupt you, Professor Yang, we're actually looking at, I believe that's the commander.
No. This is
that not
Mr.
the
Cai
commander?
Shizhe.
Okay.
The commander will sit in the center, so he goes in the last. Otherwise, he's going to block the way for the other.
So there'll be like 03, 02, and 01, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
So you can see this video is in the orbital module. They were first entering the Shenzhou spaceship from the side hatch. Now Mr. Cai Shizhe is already in the orbital module, and then go down to the re-entry capsule.
It is incredibly tight in there.
With the help of the ground staff. They must protect their helmet.
As I said, it would be a
how
bit
long do they have to stay
uncomfortable
in
to watch, but yeah, that's how it is.
Before they can get into the
2
Tianhe core
more
module.
hours.
2 more.
Yeah, because after this
It's 2 more hours before liftoff.
Before
To get
li-
into
before liftoff.
Tiangong, we were talking how many hours?
So
At least 8 hours, I believe.
So it's very
Before they can
interesting.
get into the-
Inside their
It's a
IVA
long
spacesuits,
way
they must
to-
have the diapers.
That's right. They can move.
Yeah. Because at this moment they cannot go to toilet.
That's
Not
right.
too much coffee before they enter this.
Yeah, and we need diaper too. This live stream is going to be 4 hours, so.
And although this is several hours, it takes several hours, but still they have many important tasks. For instance, to check the communication, the voice, and also to check the airtight ceilings of their spacesuit. This is also very critical for ensure the safety.
So how difficult is it for them to move around in the suits that they're wearing now, would you say, Professor?
It's not that difficult. This is a stripped down version of the spacesuit. It just provide the necessary pressure. The problem with pressure is if you have higher pressure, it's like a tire. You blow up into a Michelin Man. You can't really move in it. So for EVA, the proper spacesuit, you have to harden it on the outside to make it work.
That's 100 or so kilos, isn't it?
Yeah, this one, if it blows up, if it balloons up, it just balloons up.
Right.
And you may notice that each of the seat is produced according to the shape of the certain person. So each one is different.
Oh, I see. Tailor-made suits
Yeah,
to
exactly.
their height and weight.
So, and also we use special material to reduce the vibration during the launch.
Now you're watching Mr. Cai Shuzhe is sitting on.
So this stage, it's all done by themselves. There's nobody to help them. Strap in, sit in. So am I understanding this correctly? Are they now sitting completely reclined and facing upwards?
If you just saw that orange bag on one of the crew members with the crew which has just invested the module, that is actually their emergency kit basically, which actually has a gun also. So as you know, this China is has a mainland in its place, which means when a rocket lifts off, there is a proper mainland. So it might happen that during the launch or even during the landing, they land in a forest area or in a jungle. So they should be having a gun if any wild animal appears. So yeah, that thing is their emergency kit, which has this gun, some first aid, a lifeboat, and this orange thing which you can see. And this orange thing is separate for each one of them. So yeah, that's how it is.
And also, there are many interesting stories. You see that Liu Yang is the first visitor, female visitor to Tiangong 1, and Wang Yaping is the second one. And Liu Yang said she has prepared some gift for Yaping. and when Yaping comes into the Tiangong 1, she found her gift.
Okay.
So it would definitely be good for Liu Yang to have Yaping having had all this experience and being able to impart some of this to her, because it would be very different, I suppose, in some ways for women than for men up in this kind of microgravity environment because of our different physiologies, right?
Well, Yaping has a very famous saying, the outer space, the environment is crucial. It will not looking after you because you are women. Yeah. So they must be trained with the same tough courses like men.
And I believe, according to some researchers, that women are more suitable for space condition and other very extreme conditions.
Some certain aspects.
Some certain extreme conditions, the women are have better chance to survive than men. So
in certain circumstances.
Right, I would believe this
commander.
The commander Chen Dong is about to enter the capsule, and Chen Dong is 43-year-old from Luoyang in central China's Henan province, and Chen joined the People's Liberation Army Air Force in 1997, where he was a fighter pilot. He was also named to China's second group of astronauts in 2010. His space debut was in 2016's Shenzhou-14 mission, and that mission set a record for China's then longest stay in space of 33 days.
And he has 2 kids, twin brothers.
Right, and I still remember this, the last mission that Chen Dong has been involved. She has been following I believe it's Nie Haisheng.
No, Mr. Jing Haipeng.
Jing Haipeng and Chen Dong are teamed up for Shenzhou-11 mission. And that will be the first time that Chen Dong has been entering the space.
And it is very interesting that during the Shenzhou-11 mission, Mr. Chen Dong and Mr. Jing Haipeng, as Mr. Zhang has already mentioned, they grow some vegetables during that mission, but they haven't eaten that because
so it's not the first time that we grow.
They bring that back to the Earth, and the experts must ensure it's safe for the astronaut. And also, they grow some cocoons, the silkworms, during the Shenzhou-11 mission.
That's a sort of a school experiment that every Chinese child has probably been through, right?
So you know that the eggs of the silkworms really hatched and finally formed the cocoons.
Are they not just floating? Just a little cabin of floating silkworms.
Yeah, morphing into butterfly doesn't really mean much for them
No,
anymore.
exactly. They can already fly.
So I can still remember that the scene that Mr. Jing Haipeng, there is a silkworm on his hand in the microgravity environment.
But
floating.
I'm not sure if any of those the vegetable or cocoons could be allowed to bring back to the Earth due to the concern of contamination.
These are only scientific research samples, so they brought them back to the
just
Earth.
for specific samples.
But in the future, that I believe that sooner or later, our astronauts can have the chance to eat very fresh vegetables they grown in outer space, because the ISS has already do so.
That's right.
So, Professor Zhang, I want to ask you about the launch window as well. So, what are they looking for? What is the sort of parameters and conditions they're looking for the launch window?
Right, so it's not determined by humans, it's really the physics that sets the date. So essentially, when your spacecraft is in orbit, it's rotating on a plane, in a circle inside the plane, and the Earth is rotating at the center of it, and the Earth rotates. So if you launch from a different time, then the launch vehicle will go into a different circle in a different plane, sort of intersecting, but not in the same direction. So every day you have two chances of where the orbit of the Tiangong is actually above the launch site, so you can launch something to chase after it. So and then one of them is better suited for the short duration sort of fast docking procedure. You chase it up really quickly. So this time it's as your question asked earlier, it's going to be 6.5 hours of chasing after the space station, and then a couple of hours to get in there, so at least 8 hours. But in the past, that's like 2-3 days. That's why you have the orbital module. They can eat and take back restroom breaks up
That's
there.
right, and we have been short in this process.
Extremely short.
Yeah.
SpaceX doesn't do that yet.
Right.
So the Russians, the Soyuz module, the very experienced operators can do this. If you watch the return with the SpaceX crew, it's a long return, 20 hours or so. Going up is really long as well. As you can imagine, it's very uncomfortable, and if the toilet breaks,
That's right.
it's painful. And then
Because I can
At least
still
their seats are tailor-made for them, right? For comfort.
right.
Because I can still remember this, when the first time when we were trying to launch the mission like that, is the time is longer. We need much longer time for docking and other process. But now we're getting this process has been shortened.
How long would the launch window typically be? It's not accurate down to the second and minute, is it?
Minutes, 10
Minutes. Down to
minutes.
minutes.
Well, if you miss it a little bit, I mean, you can spend more fuel if you have something to spare. But
Okay,
Again, we're
but
hearing a little check.
still performing the trajectory checking on computers. But what you asked, that the first this kind of mission is the Shenzhou-8 mission. But before that, all of our space missions are independent flights. But since the Shenzhou-8 mission, we must launch as Professor Zhang has mentioned, we must launch the spacecraft into the same orbital plane of its target. So at that moment, we use what we call the zero launch window technology, which means that the accuracy of the launch moment will be within 1 second.
Within a second.
Within 1 second. So that's a very strict requirement to the whole system, because if anything wrong happened, even to the ground stations, we must halt the whole procedure. So
This
the
is
zero launch
actually, this is employed in ISS also during the launch to the ISS from the Falcon 9 or the Soyuz. This instantaneous launch window is there because people have designed this window because it's the most fuel efficient way of getting to space, and it's all about fuel and delta V when you are in space. So obviously if you can save some space fuel, then you can carry more payload also. So that's why they have this instantaneous launch window, and they work on it because it's the most fuel efficient way.
For the final launching time.
In what sort of circumstances would it lead to having to call off the launch? At this stage.
What we just heard is T minus 3 hours counting down preparation. They still need to check the status of every system. What you see on this video is that you see that there are some pockets on their IVA spacesuit, and they will bring their gloves out and wear that gloves. After that, they will check what I mentioned, the communication check and also the airtight sealing check. And also, you may notice that there are seat belt, safety belt, and finally they will fix themselves on the seat belt. But at this moment, still the hatch of the Shenzhou spaceship has not been closed. So after some check of the launch vehicle itself and some of the Shenzhou spaceship, finally the ground staff will first close the hatch between the orbiter module and the re-entry capsule because this hatch is above the seats, the 3 seats. Then the astronaut cannot touch it, so it can only be done by the ground staff. And then they will finally close the hatch on the side, the side hatch of the orbiter module. And
So see that they're packing something away right now.
Yeah.
Is that, what would that be? Looks like some
We
kind of
see
belt.
very clearly.
They changed the procedures, haven't they? Because in the past it used to be 2 hours before launch that they get in there. It's T minus 3 now.
T
right?
minus 2 in a few
T
minutes.
minus
I believe. T minus
2 hours. It's
Yeah.
already
T
T
minus
minus
2, okay,
2 hours
okay,
now.
okay.
So this is the menu.
The scheduled launch is 10:44 Beijing time.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's in 2 hours and just under 4 minutes.
So, but as we have already discussed, today it is already improved. It is improved from the zero launch window to a narrow launch window. So the zero launch window requires that the launch moment will be, the accuracy will be
Within
in
the second.
1
Within
second.
a second.
But for a narrow launch window, as Professor Zhang has mentioned, maybe several minutes. Because you know that today we have already improved or optimized the guidance method. With this improvement, the launch vehicle can adjust its trajectory during the flight. From the zero launch window to the narrow launch window, it reduces the requirement to the other systems. So
Yes.
this means that reducing the requirement to other systems means that increasing the reliability of the whole course.
And also the
Right,
Launch
learned
Shenzhou
something
the
today.
rocket that this time to carry out 3 astronauts has a very
Space
special
is
design
not very much
called escape
limited
tower.
in actually if you go and look at the Soyuz capsule, you are comparing it with the Crew Dragon. I know it's limited in comparison to Crew Dragon, but if you look at the Soyuz, it is very much spacious in comparison to Soyuz. So yeah, it's all right.
Launch vehicle in China because the safety, you know, that's originally today the reliability is also increased, but in the original flights, the reliability figure of the Long March 2F is 0.97, which means for every 100 launches, maybe in 3 times there will something fatal mistake. But this, you know, obviously this is not safe enough for the astronauts. So because of this, we adopted an emergency escape system. With this emergency escape system, we can increase the safety of the astronauts to 0.997, which means for every 1,000 launches, we only have 3 times we threaten the safety of the astronauts. Actually speaking, the emergency escape system is composed of several elements. The first one is what called the emergency
Closing the
escape
hatch
door.
there.
Hatch
right
has
now.
been sealed off.
That's what I mentioned, closing the
Close
hatch.
the hatch.
Yep.
Yeah.
The,
By the ground
the
staff.
space inside the Shenzhou is greater than the Soyuz. In spite of the fact that people say this Shenzhou is based on Soyuz, yes, it is kind of, you know, the characteristics are kind of similar to Soyuz, but this spacecraft itself is actually developed in-house at China, so you can't say that basically. It's like, you know, saying a car has 4 wheels. The first car had 4 wheels, so the person who made the another car also had 4 wheels, so he copied the characteristics. No, it's not like that. So it's like that basically. So yeah. Here you can, apply that analogy.
Probably the more surprising part, right? The G-force, normal launch isn't actually that bad. I mean, a normal person can handle it. That's why you have commercial. But the escape thing that Professor Yang just mentioned, that just yank you straight up, that's going to be like over 10 G or maybe, I don't know. For training, they do 8 G, so that's not going to be
There are vibration test beds on the ground, and the astronaut will be tested and adapted.
2小时准备。
All right, we just have the
Two hours.
T minus 2 hours.
华夏明白。江阴。
After
各号
2
注意
hours,
，2小时准备。连号。明白。太原。明白。渭南。明白。青岛。明白。天津。明白。酒泉。明白。青山。明白。双城。
明白。
5号。
明白。
天仓。明白。
but after 2 hours, the Shenzhou-14 crew will lift off.
So just we also heard, because it is already T minus 2 hours and counting, this is a very critical checking point. And at this point, the commander asked every system, every ground station to confirm it's okay, go for launch.
The platforms
We're
are
now seeing
opening.
escape
Yeah.
towers.
The fourth
solid
platform,
module.
as I mentioned, the fourth rotational platform has opened first. You can see that the emergency escape system has already, we can see that. So as Mr. Yang Zhao has asked, the
各号注意，我是东风，第一次综合检查，5分钟准备。景山。景山明白。华山。
This is still checking process.
Yeah.
And it'll be the
From the
first
Dongfeng launch
time.
明白。太原。明白。渭南。明白。青岛。明白。天津。明白。酒泉。明白。青山。明白。双城。
明白。
5号。
明白。
Yeah, you can see this is a solid rocket.
Yeah.
Professor
top.
Zhang, so China has several generations of the Long March rocket, right? So why is it that after all these new generations, they've come back to the Long March 2?
It's the really reliable one. This one, as Professor Yang mentioned, the reliability coefficient isn't that high. It's 0.98 something, but it hasn't failed. It's 100% success rate. The space shuttle has a theoretical higher reliability rate, but it already failed a couple times, so it's theoretical. But the safety feature is enormous. So apart from this one, this is used for really low altitude. When it goes really high up, when this thing gets jettisoned, there's another escapes, high altitude escape on the fairing itself.
Yeah.
And
Yes,
then
quite right.
after that, obviously, when the fairing drops off, you can just come down like the usual how you return. So its safety coefficient is extremely high, 0.999 something. So yeah.
So can we expect this rocket to be used for the future launches as well, for the 15 and potentially after that?
15 and a few after.
The Shenzhou-14 and its rocket, the Long March 2F Y-15 rocket, is already standing 1.5 kilometers away from the launch pad in the vehicle assembly building. It's already there.
Yeah, they're standing by. And that's why we...
And we can see that the emergency escape has already been exposed. So the first part of the emergency escape is this emergency tower. This tower has several solid rocket engines for emergency case to help the spaceship to leave the launch vehicle to a certain distance. And another part, as Professor Zhang has mentioned, is some rocket engines, solid rocket engines on the payload fairing. So after about 120 minutes, the emergency escape tower will be jettisoned. And after this, if anything wrong happened, the payload fairing, the rocket engines will help the ship to leave the rocket. But after jettisoning of the payload fairing, if anything wrong happened, because this is already the second stage of the rocket. So at this moment, the Shenzhou spaceship can use its own engines to leave the launch vehicle. But I should emphasize that in all these procedures, if this...
Can you see this picture? The Commander Chen Dong is using a...
What is he doing?
That was a specially designed, I believe it's the pole to touching on the screen.
Oh, like a touch pad thing.
That's right.
You can still see his handbook. because you know that the launch itself is a very, very complex procedure. There are all kinds of checkings, all kinds of status confirm. So they must have this handbook to check one by one.
Surely this is something they've already read millions of times,
That's right.
you know, in
Exactly.
the lead up to this.
And it's a very similar process to when they
Quite
were
right.
the pilots. It's the
So,
same experience.
as Mr. Yang Li has mentioned, one tough thing for an astronaut is that they must repeat something one time and one time
Time
for
and time
so
and
many
again.
years.
Time and
Just
time
learn
again.
everything by rote.
It's a little bit boring, but they must face that.
That's part of their training.
Yeah.
Protocol.
And very boring.
But in fact, though the escape system is automatic, so this is why you can't really have normal scientists, normal ordinary people just going up there by themselves.
That's right.
Hopefully in the future, you know, you have voice assistants say.
But we are training the civilian astronauts, right? We're training the civilian and also the
not civilian astronauts,
the
but,
payload specialty, I believe.
So
payload
we're
specialist.
looking now at
Specialist.
just some prompt there saying that we're in the 2 hours countdown, and also that they're doing their first comprehensive check right now, that everything is in order and ready for launch.
What Mr. Yang Zhao mentioned is belongs to the third group. You know
Third
that
group.
for the first group and the second group of astronauts of China, all of them are chosen from the pilots from the Air Force.
Yes.
But for the third group, we have those from the engineering field and those from the scientists. So these will be the mission specialists and maybe payload experts. Those belongs to the third group, and they will perform more complicated experiments in outer space.
Professor Jones, earlier, sorry, did you say that the emergency escape is automatic, or isn't? Is automatic. So as long as so if any of these parameters are breached, this would automatically launch, and they would be able to.
They will be yanked out straight up away from the presumably exploding rocket, and then at some stage the spiky tower thing will detach, and then the capsule containing the crew would drop down with a parachute and then land. They have actually optimized that procedure as well. So nowadays the rocket can fire in specific directions, so the parachute doesn't get blown back into the explosion site.
They're counting down.
That's a simulation.
That's still a simulation.
Another simulation.
Yeah, this will be the last. Maybe this will be the last simulation before the real launch.
But then do the astronauts also have control over this? Can they manually execute an escape and abort?
The escape, yeah, but once that they're up there, they'll be blacked out. They can't really do much.
Remember the rocket, the solid rocket on the top of the ferry. They will be ignited if any emergency happen, and it will take those cabin away from the rocket.
Yeah, what you mentioned will be the first separation, the jettisoning of the emergency escape tower. The first critical step.
In the first
of the launch.
200 seconds or
about
after the
120 seconds.
120 seconds
after the launch.
That's right. And also, Professor John, and I believe the scientific research has been very, very critical parts of the Shenzhou-14 cruise. Do they have to? Have they been trained to how to conduct those scientific experiments, or those experiments can automatically be conducted by themselves?
They have to do some operations, and obviously they can contact people on the ground. But the design of the experiment has to be pretty self-contained. Involved in proposing some other experiments, so you have to essentially make it a black box, and you can't expect people to repair it. They don't have the tools anyways. So that's
the last time I remember I talked to Tricia LaRose, the researcher from Oslo University, who has one cancer research. The cancer research will be carried out on a Shenzhou space station, and it said everything is automatic. They don't need these astronauts to do anything about it. So everything has been set up.
They just have to take it there.
Yeah, just to take it.
So that's why it would be so good if the third generation have some experts in this. They can actually change the procedures depending on the outcome of the. Because it costs a lot to go up.
That's
and
right.
You want to extract as much.
It still needs this people to maintain to maybe repair something. If anything happened.
Now Mr. Chen Dong will wear his gloves.
But what do we know so far about the third batch of astronauts that are in training right now? What kind of backgrounds do they have then as well? It wouldn't not just pilot.
16 of them, young, they're in their 30s. Specific information hasn't been released, but they had their payload specialists, mission specialists, meaning that they would concentrate on specific payloads.
According to Ms. Huang Weifeng, also we have female astronauts among the third group. We also have. And you know that part of them were chosen still from the Air Force, because you know that for any crewed mission we need the pilots, and also for the Shenzhou spaceship at least the 2 of the 3 astronauts must have are qualified pilots of the Shenzhou spaceship. In emergency cases, they must have the capability to make the right choices. So you can see that during the G-force training, in emergency case, although you know that in normal flight, they will experience 3 to 4 G of G load. But in an emergency escape, it can up to 8 G. And during this process, they must have the capability to press the right buttons.
So in the future, we're looking at a group of astronauts going up there, potentially being a mix of pilots and specialists, as Dr. Zhang's saying.
Exactly.
So that gives them a lot more flexibility and options up there.
Eventually tourists, hopefully. They did mention that in the future Tiangong has a plan for more sort of touristy stuff in its far future.
Oh, you can see Miss Liu Yan has already closed her helmet. All of them.
All right, well, we're looking at this is the preparation for the launch of the Shenzhou-14 crew up to China's space station. And this is our special program. We'll be following all the preparations and to the launch and after that as well, when they're on their way to the space station. Do stay tuned. We'll be right back with more.
The quest for space heats up as China races to finish its space station by the end of the year.
5 more missions to go. Another 3 taikonauts will be launched into space aboard Shenzhou-14.
Join us for the next phase and witness the launch of Shenzhou-14 only here on CGTN.
Whilst we're waiting for the launch to take place, let's take a look at some international news that's happening around the world. Well, Kiev says it is pushing back Russian troops in Severodonetsk in eastern Ukraine as intense fighting rages around the industrial city. Moscow also claims to be making gains, citing Ukrainian forces as making critical losses. The governor of the Luhansk region says Russian forces are blowing up bridges to prevent Ukrainian forces from bringing in military reinforcements to the area. Russia has concentrated its forces towards Severodonetsk in recent weeks as they look to make further gains in the eastern Donbass region. Ukraine has rebuked French President Emmanuel Macron for his remark that Russia should not be humiliated. Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba said this comment can only humiliate France. Macron made the statement in an interview published Saturday. He said that the humiliation of Russia should be avoided so that there can be a way out through diplomacy. Macron said he's convinced about France's role as a mediator. The French president also said Russian leader Vladimir Putin is making a historic and fundamental mistake. A Ukrainian presidential advisor said there was no point in holding negotiations with Russia until Kiev received new arms from the West and pushed back Russian forces. South Korea and the United States have staged their first combined military exercises involving an American aircraft carrier in more than 4 years. The drills come amid reports that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is preparing for a nuclear test. South Korea's Joint Chiefs of Staff says the 3-day drills took place in international waters near the Japanese island of Okinawa. Operations included air defense and marine interdiction, and several huge military vessels, notably the 100,000-ton nuclear-powered USS Ronald Reagan. It was also the Allies' first joint military exercise since South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol took office last month. Landslides and floods caused by Hurricane Agatha have killed at least 2 in Cuba's capital, Havana. Life was returning to normal as heavy rain abated. Western and central areas of the country were the worst affected. Nearly 2,000 people have evacuated their homes in Havana, and some 50,000 people living around the area are without electricity. Local media said evacuation centers have been prepared to shelter people, and crops in northern Cuba's tobacco production area were lost because of the heavy rainfall. Hurricane Agatha hit Mexico last Monday, killing 9 people. It is expected to bring heavy rain to the U.S. state of Florida. Residents on the outskirts of Athens in Greece have been forced to evacuate their homes as a wildfire is threatening to endanger the area. And fanned by strong winds, this wildfire has damaged at least 2 houses, as well as parked vehicles, front lawns, along with brush and forest. Officials say no one was seriously injured, although 1 firefighter was taken to hospital with respiratory problems. More than 130 firefighters aided by 6 firefighting aircraft and 4 helicopters attempted to douse the blaze. Greece is on alert this year after the country was racked by several blazes that raged on for weeks. Top-ranked Iga Swiatek has won the French Open women's final on Saturday and collected her 2nd title, and stretching her winning streak to 35 matches. She beat 18-year-old American Coco Gauff.
You're now watching special live coverage of the launch of Shenzhou-14 manned mission. The liftoff is expected at 10:44 a.m. Beijing time, and that's 02:44 GMT. The Shenzhou-14 launch marks the 2nd phase of China's efforts to complete and make the operational its first ever space station, the Tiangong, by the end of 2022. The 3 taikonauts will spend 6 months on the Tiangong.
So we've got a bit of a wait to go until we'll get to see the launch. And professors, we were saying earlier how these astronauts were in quarantine, right, prior to this, maybe for about a week. What would they have been doing during this time? They wouldn't just be sitting idle. They'd probably be doing more training, more exercise, Professor Zhang.
Yeah, they will be doing a psychological evaluation, sort of a health evaluation, doing exercises, and also apparently just before launches they will do an enema to clear out the bowels, so they don't have to use the diapers as much, yeah, and not bring anything bad into space like bacteria. Apparently, radiation cause changes to it would be bad on top of it being bad anyway. So yeah, so there are a lot of things they need to do beforehand to make sure they're psychologically and physically prepared for this. Obviously, lots of medical checkup. You don't want any sort of medical emergencies up there.
From 6 months stay, I mean, that would be quite a serious stress to the body, right? With this kind of change of environment.
For the previous question, you know that just before the launch, there will be several rehearsals. And part of this rehearsal must be attended by the astronauts themselves. So before what we've seen today, just several days before, the astronauts really go inside this their Shenzhou-14 spaceship and perform this rehearsal. So this is to check if everything is okay, especially the astronaut system. Because the astronaut system is also a very, very important part of the whole engineering projects. And what you ask, the 6 months stay in outer space really will be a very great challenge for us. You know that although we've already have this experience through the Shenzhou 12 mission and the 13 mission, but according to the description from the astronauts, we do have improvements of these missions. You know that we have the treadmill. We have the space bicycle inside our Tianhe 1 core module, but the schedule every day has also been improved to strengthening their exercise of their muscles. And
improved as in giving more time for exercise.
Yeah. This also is a very important measure to ensure their safety. You know that not only during the liftoff, but also you know that during the re-entry, there are also very intensive vibration and G load. When touching down the ground, you know that although we have all kinds of measures to reduce the impact, But still, it is a challenge for our astronauts. To ensure their safety, they must be in a very good physical condition to ensure their safety. So the exercise is one of the important things they must do in space. But how can we arrange the schedule? And for each part of the exercise, we must do their most. So we do not have this kind of experience before. So we can only test the relative technologies during the Shenzhou-12 and the Shenzhou-13 mission. So I believe that even for this mission, in the future, we will have improvements.
So prior to them reaching the Tiangong,
及分离点参数发出，景山。永山收到。东风。东风收到。
They are announcing the parameters of those separations, the critical separations, as we have already discussed.
So prior to them reaching the Tiangong, they would have their vitals monitored by all these the sensors attached to them. But when they get to the Tiangong, they'll be doing this themselves, I presume, with all kinds of machines there.
Yeah. But before that, what we do, the most important thing is to switch the status of the Tiangong from an unmanned status to a manned status. Especially, that every time when I can still remember that after the Shenzhou-12 and the Shenzhou-13 crew entering the Tiangong, they must switch on the oxygen producing equipment. Because we don't bring oxygen tanks to the station, but we use the water. We use electricity to produce oxygen from the water.
Everything is recycled on the space station,
yes,
including
and
the
also
water, the oxygen inhaled.
To switch the status from the unmanned status to a manned status, producing oxygen will be the most critical and important step.
And you're watching the live picture of the launching pad in Jiuquan satellite launching site. This is the launching center, right?
You can see that at this moment, still from bottom to up, the first, second, and the third platform has still closed. And within these arms, within these platforms, there are also several rotational arms with cables and pipes connected to the launch vehicle.
And they'll be open from the top to the bottom.
No,
right?
The first one, as I mentioned, the first one is the top one opened, and then the sequence will be the opposite. We will open that from the bottom.
And it sounds like from all the checks that everything is going smoothly and as planned.
Great.
Saying that the first comprehensive check has come back as normal and expected.
Yeah.
It seems that the free astronaut is.
We should notice that at this moment,
still reading their protocols.
At this moment, if anything wrong happened to the launch vehicle or the Shenzhou spaceship, because the fourth platform has already opened and the emergency escape system has already exposed to the outside. So at this moment, the astronauts can use the emergency escape to leave the launch pad in a very rapid
You mean
speed.
they will ignite the motor on the top?
Yeah. So at this moment, they can do that.
There's something I'm curious about. So these are 3-man crew, right? So obviously they have to have some sort of synergy and good understanding with each other. They probably trained with each other as a 3-man crew. And I know that there was a backup, a three-man crew backup as well. Yeah, waiting in quarantine. So if, say, one of these astronauts had to drop out for whatever reason, would they just switch the entire crew, or would they just have one person stand in?
Usually, we will change the whole crew.
Okay.
So this guys, the Shenzhou-14 crew, they were the backup for the Shenzhou-13, right?
Oh.
Yeah. When a Shenzhou-13 is departing out, and all 3 of them are standing by.
So which means they've been through this process several times now.
That's right.
They shadowed all the tasks of the last crew, so they really know what's going on.
So would this is, I guess, comparatively easier for this crew, would you say, compared to last? Because for a start, they're not the first ones to do the 6-month stay already. There's already predecessors before them, and they've had people, I guess, trying things out already.
Yeah, I guess their predecessors had already told them everything to expect, so that in that respect it would be easier. But they haven't been there actually for 6 months, so.
And they've got very critical stages to complete up there, right, for the Tiangong. So that must be enormous pressure as well.
Right.
But that the daily life in orbit is very busy. And you know that the Tianhe-1 core module is a very, very complex spacecraft. So there are many states, and also you know that you cannot assure that everything is always in normal condition. So for anything abnormal, you must have the measure and the preparation for these kind of things happens. So the experience of the Shenzhou-13 crew is very, very important for the Shenzhou-14 crew, and they must tell the Shenzhou-14 about everything.
Right, exactly what to expect.
They must pay attention.
Even the psychological aspect as well. I'm sure there's a lot of advice on that.
So
too,
they are already being very good brothers and sisters, and they, as Ms. Liu Yan has mentioned, they have stayed together for 2.5 years. So they are very.
They spend more time than they spend on with their families.
They can even understand each other with a very single gesture. So this harmony are also a very good, very important figure of their final score. They will be chosen as the normal, as the formal group or the backup.
Oh, I see. See how well they get along. I mean, that's important. There's
very, very
stuck for
important.
6 months together in a small
Better be able
space.
to work together, or else no, we go.
So can't think of many people I'd want to do that with. I don't know about you.
So how long has the 3 astronauts been teamed up? Like for 1 year? Would they have to work
more than that?
More than 1 year?
More than that. Yeah.
The crew was chosen more than 2 years ago, I think, and then they are all from the second generation, so everything's still chosen, which was 2011 or something.
So the Shenzhou-14 crew has been determined 2 years ago. With the 3
just the combinations, perhaps,
combination.
Right?
Yeah, but they know each other for like forever. Yeah.
So they work as a whole team, and not only any one of them are very outstanding in a certain test, but also the score of the whole team will be the final figure to choose them as the primary one or the secondary one. So this is also, there is no exception, not only for China, but also this consideration is adopted in other countries. So we do have these examples before in other countries. For instance, what I mentioned is the Soyuz 11 disaster, 3 cosmonauts lost their lives. Originally, the formal team is another 3 cosmonauts. Because one of them had some illness, so the whole team were replaced by the backup team. So that's one example.
But they have very clearly demarcated lines as to who's doing what task up in there, or is this something they all have to be trained in because you never know who has to stand in for someone else?
Well, you know that for the liftoff and for the landing, at any moment, we must have 2 astronauts have the capability to piloting the ship. Each act as a backup of the other one. So if anyone were not in a very good status, the other one will take his role, take his or her role. So at least the 2 of them must have the ability to piloting the ship.
That's right.
But you know that today our first batch and the second batch of astronauts were all chosen from the Air Force pilots. So all of them were trained very well to piloting the ship.
And Professor Johns, I think Shenzhou-14 schedule is much more busier than the Shenzhou-13, right?
They'll just sort of chaperone all those 2 construction of the 2 additional lab modules, and then there are a lot of stuff on there. For example, there's a new airlock. They need to make sure that works, and then they will actually use that for their
coming
space
with the
walls.
Wentian.
So the construction will be fully operational during their mission, right?
Honestly speaking, the EVA performed by the Shenzhou-12 and the Shenzhou-13 crew is via the node of the Tianhe module as an airlock, but that's a temporary one. As Professor Zhang has mentioned, the main airlock will be located in our Wentian module. And this airlock, in the volume, is much larger than the node. Moreover, you see that the hatch on this main airlock is bigger than the node. You see that the diameter of the hatch on the main airlock is about 1 meter, and the size of the hatch on the node is only about 0.85 meters.
So this airlock is where they'll be doing all the EVAs from in the future.
So after Wentian come into orbit, the node will be used only as a backup. So usually in most
But
of
the last time they used the core module as the axis to carry out their EVA, the spacewalk.
Yeah.
But this time they're going to use the airlock in Wentian.
Yeah.
That's going up in July, I believe.
Yes. So the node is the connecting hub between all the different things. So once that's used as an airlock, you can't access. So the guy is stuck in the core module. They can't go to the crew module to escape. So that's the main problem. So this time, once that goes up, then not only you can escape, you can actually come back from a different airlock.
Right after 1.5 hours, we're going to see this the launch off of the Shenzhou-14 mission. And for the latest on the ground, let's go live to our reporter Ning Hong at the Zhoushan Launching Center. Hello, Ning Hong. What do you have for us for this hour?
Hello. Yeah, well, this place where I'm standing on is the platform that you could see the launch pad. It's just about 1,500 meters away from us. So this is the closest place where you could feel the tremor when the rocket lift off, and also feel the blast of the engines. And you can see that the rocket was moved into position several days ago, and then it will go through all kinds of checks and tests as well. Because ever since Shenzhou 12, whenever there's a manned spaceship ready to launch, there's another backup rocket and also ship standing right in the building beside me, waiting for as an emergency ship for emergency launch. So this rocket actually has stayed in position like this in the rocket place like this for over 10 months. So this is the first time that rocket has been standing like this for so long. So the engineers are testing all systems to ensure that the rocket is in good condition. They pay extra attention to this rocket to ensure that it's 100% safe. And now you can see that the rotating platform, supporting platform on the top has opened, where you can see the tipping point of the rocket. That's the escape tower, which you can only see on manned space rocket designed for manned spaceships. And what you're hearing now is broadcasting to the entire field to letting people know the conditions of the rocket. And in just about an hour ago, the taikonauts have entered the spaceship. Also, people have been closing hatches of rockets, of all the hatches in the rocket. And now we are within 90 minutes countdown. So the people will keep checking all the conditions, including communications in the rocket. And actually, there are still people working on the launch pad. The last group of people will evacuate from the launch pad 15 minutes before the launch. So people will be monitoring the condition until the last minute of the rocket. And about the crew of this Shenzhou-14, they have carrying really heavy burden in this mission, because in their watch they will oversee they will complete the construction of China's space station in orbit. That means that the two lab modules, Wentian and Mengtian, will all be docking with the space station in their watch, and they will also greeting the next crew, the Shenzhou-15 crew, in orbit. And also, they will be the first taikonauts from China to spend national holiday as also Mid-Autumn Day in China's space station. And while everything they need have already been there waiting for them, the cargo ship Tianzhou-4 already docking with the space station. And the first thing they go up there will be open up all these equipments, all those things that prepared for them. I'm sure there will be many surprises as well. Yeah, that's what we learned so far. But
thank you. That's our reporter Ning Hong bringing us the latest situation as the 90 minutes countdown is ongoing. Appreciate it.
Well, so as we were saying earlier, they have to do really intense training before going up there. Well, our reporter Zheng Yibing spoke to the chief designer of the astronauts training system for China's manned space program and asked about the Shenzhou-14 mission and its crew members.
The crew members of Shenzhou-14 mission are all very diligent and careful, and they have great teamwork spirit and friendship. All three of them are devoted to research, but have unique personalities. Chen Dong, as commander of the team, is always confident and decisive, and focuses on details. He often contributes suggestions during training and experiments. Liu Yang is very friendly and modest. She has very good communication skills. And Cai Xuzhe is really smart. He is good at learning new things and comprehending new information. Overall, they are good learners and thinkers.
will there be any spacewalks, and how will they contribute to the construction of China's space station?
就是神舟14号。飞行任务呢，是我们空间站。
Shenzhou-14 is the first manned mission during the construction phase of China's space station and has great significance. During the 6 months mission, the taikonauts will test 9 different formations for the assembly of the space station, change the capsule position twice, and conduct 5 dockings and 3 separation and evacuations. They will also coordinate with the ground to complete the construction of the space station. The crew will do 2 to 3 spacewalks using a combination of airlock module and big and small robot arms. They will for the first time enter the Wentian and the Mengtian space labs to unlock and test more than a dozen of experimental boxes. In general, they will undertake extremely difficult tasks. I should say, this is the most difficult part of the construction phase.
Professor Zhang, we just heard the chief designer talk there about the small robotic arm that's going up there with the Shenzhou-14. So there's already a robotic arm attached to the Tiangong. So you could just compare the two for us?
So the one's already up there is a really long one. So having that lens, that ridge is good, but it swings quite a bit, obviously. So the precision isn't as that high. The small one is more precision based. So the aim of having that is so you can put stuff on the outside. So there's some experiments where you need to be exposed to the outer space, for example, testing materials, how today, and detecting cosmic rays, that sort of things. You don't want people to go out there that often. The spacesuits have a limit of number of use, so you want to use that small robotic arm for it.
Even though it was just pretty cool.
Yeah, but in the future, more sort of automation is because it's going to be a production line. There are like 25 racks inside, and then I don't know 50 spots on the outside between the two lab modules where you can stick stuff onto. So that's going to be intense if you want to do it human way. So the robotic arms will be very important, and quite interesting. The small arm can be attached onto the long arm.
And what would be the difference for bigger robotic arms and smaller robotic arms?
So the
they
bigger
carry out different missions.
So the smaller ones will be mainly looking after the experiments, and then once it's T-shaped, if you can combine the two into a 15-meter long one, then you can essentially reach around every place. It's not just the lens, because the sockets are on sort of specific locations you need to reach around. So you sort of need that extra bit of a lens. And if you have 2, then you can double up. They can look after each other as well. They can repair each other and those sort of things.
So just interject quickly, we're just getting some notice that apparently all 4 of the platforms have rotated and opened up now.
So the next step, we will open the platform at the bottom.
I think that's already opened according to...
And we see this breathtaking view of the Gobi Desert landscape.
What we have just discussed is called the small arm. It will brought to the station by the Wentian module. It is 5 meters long, and also the mass is
so the big arm is already there.
Is already there, brought to the station by the Tianhe module, and the feature
robotic is coming up with the Wentian.
Exactly.
Okay, not with this.
So the big arm can moving objects more than 20 tons. So it's very strong. For the small arm, you know, that's the length is 5 meters, and also the mass is half of the first one, but it's more precise. You know, that's the accuracy and positioning is 5 times more accurate than the big arm, and also the accuracy on direction or the attitude is 2 times more accurate than the first one. So for some precise operations, we will use the smaller one. And also, you may notice that during the Shenzhou-13 missions, during the second spacewalk performed by Mr. Zhai Zhigang.
我是东风，景山请讲。景山，预置指令已发出。东风明白。
And also routine communication with their
what we heard the voice means that the Jingshan, what we call the Jingshan, is ground station. And the its ground facilities, for instance, maybe some radars or the optical telescopes will direct targeting to a certain position according to the trajectory. So that's the meaning. And we can see that ground staff is outside the payload fairing, and still the hatch on the fairing and also the hatch on the side of the orbit module is still in the open status.
So the fairing, that's just the protective case for the space shuttle.
So after separation during the flight, about 210 seconds after the liftoff, we will separate the payload fairings. Because it's already high enough and the air density is already low enough.
So this small, so back to the small robotic arm, so it's great that they can repair themselves, repair each other, but with the big one, in the previous EVAs that we saw how the astronauts were able to attach themselves onto that arm and move around. Is that something that can be done with the small one, or is that one now?
Yes, you know that, of course, as I mentioned, the big arm can move any objects more than 20 tons. But obviously, the astronauts is much smaller than that.
Well, but the EVAs suits are
so
very
the advantage of using a robotic arm is to moving the astronaut very in the rapid way. And also, in this case, the astronaut can bring very big objects together with him. For instance, if we want to install something very big, on the surface of the station, we can use the robotic arm to move both the astronaut and the object to the certain location. But of course, we can still, that last time during the EVA of Shenzhou-14, we tested the training of moving an object on the surface of the station by one astronaut. But in this case, we can only move some smaller objects, not very big ones. So with the help of the robotic arm, we can move very huge ones.
And Jonathan just mentioned about small arms will be used more for the scientific research parts. And especially, I heard there will be an exposure experiment. The scientists want to put something in the outer space. And you might use the small arms to grab the things, and you want to put it in the outer space and let them expose to the radiation from the outer space. Tell us more about this exposure experiment.
Actually, there is another airlock, not for humans, but for cargo. It's more like a cabin where you open on one end and then you open the other side to expose it to space. That's in the Mengtian module, and so that way you don't need anybody to go outside, and the robotic arms take over from the outside and place it where it needs to be. So that's a very efficient design, and as a science lab, this is really well designed. The racks I mentioned, there were going to be 25 of them, and they're all different, designed for different purposes. I think Wentian is more geared towards biological experiments, and Mengtian is more sort of physical combustion material, that sort of things. So as a scientist, I quite look forward to being able to...
What is the purpose of that exposure experiment when you want to put something exposed to those radiation? What could be found?
Well, one thing that you might want to do is to detect cosmic rays up there. So essentially, anything to do with astronomy has to be on the outside looking out, right? And you want to do a lot.
And many particles in the outer space has been blocked by the atmosphere, so we cannot just monitor them when you're on the ground. So you have to put those whole experiments in the outer space.
Exactly. Very high energy particles, when they hit atmosphere, they cascade into a shower of other particles. It's very difficult to trace what they were originally. If you can capture them while in space, it's a lot easier to find out what they are, and they tell you a lot about the fundamental physics of the universe, and also things like high energy photons, just light. They get blocked by the atmosphere, so you have to do it in outer space. And if you can do it in the space station, where you can change your parameters rather than just launch it once and then hope for the best, then it will be a lot better. So that sort of things is one thing. And also, if you develop new generation of space going, if you want to build a space solar panel farm, for example, you want to be testing the materials that will be exposed, and that sort of things. Yeah.
You know that for the goals of the space station, we not only can have scientific research, but can also have engineering research. So just the outside station, for instance, not only the materials Dr. Zhang has already mentioned, if we want to test some the performance of some material outside in the outer space, maybe some electronics or maybe an integrated equipment, we can bring that to the outside of the station and test its performance in outer space. And also, the advantages of a station is that because we have this cargo airlock, we can bring that back to the station, and the astronaut can have some repairments or other operations to these kind of objects, or even bring them back to the Earth.
Well, I mean, China's space program has definitely come a long way. So before we discuss that further, let's look back a little bit at how far China's space program has come. It was launched in 1992, and at the time it was with a three-step strategy, starting with sending taikonauts into space and then developing these advanced flight techniques. The program is now in its third phase, and that's assembling and operating this permanent manned space station. So here's a look at the highlights of Chinese space exploration over the past 3 decades.
China's first experimental manned aircraft, Shenzhou-1, was launched with no crew in November 1999. This was the beginning of China's manned space exploration. From 1999 to 2003, China sent 4 spacecraft with no crew to test the reliability of rockets and launch sites. The launch of Shenzhou-5 in October 2003 was a milestone for China's manned space program, successfully sending astronaut Yang Liwei into space. China became the third country to send a person into space after the Soviet Union and the United States.
China's manned space program is now in the core of the first 2 steps was spacecraft. After the launch of Shenzhou-5, China has been making efforts to realize the dream of a manned mission. It's a leap from 0 to 1.
In October 2005, China sent 2 astronauts into space aboard Shenzhou-6. In September 2008, China achieved its first spacewalk, conducted by astronaut Zhai Zhegang, with the launch of Shenzhou-7. From Shenzhou-5 to Shenzhou-7, the main task was sending astronauts into space to bring them back safely. In September 2011, China launched its experimental space lab, Tiangong-1. About 1 month later, China sent Shenzhou-8 into orbit. The task of the spacecraft underwent a major change.
The major task for Shenzhou-8 is to conduct automatic rendezvous and docking, which is fundamental to the construction of China's space station. Tiangong-1 and Shenzhou-8 accomplished China's first automatic rendezvous and docking technology. This lays an important technical foundation for a country to build large space infrastructure, as well as for the subsequent realization of lunar exploration, planetary exploration, and beyond.
After the successful automatic rendezvous and docking of Shenzhou-8 spacecraft, Shenzhou-9 and Shenzhou-10 docked with Tiangong-1 manually. China launched Shenzhou-12 in 2021. The vessel has rapid automatic docking technology and can serve longer. The Shenzhou-13 returned to Earth this past April. During the return process, the spacecraft verified rapid return technology. Going forward, engineers are expected to keep improving the safety and reliability of Shenzhou spacecraft.
It's a good
now let's get back to our studio discussion with
actually,
Professor Yang. I want to continue with this topic that we
see the Chinese human spaceflight history.
Engineering testing and also the scientific research. We know this China space station is just in this early stage, and on the other side, the International Space Station has decades of history. So, talking about engineering advancement and scientific research progress, which sector do you believe benefits more from the building of the space station?
Because you know that I am a technician, so I'm focusing more on
so you'll be a
engineering study.
So I want to give this a question to both of you. I want to hear some debate.
That's the civil gentleman.
You see that we have already discussed about the cargo airlock. They do have a similar one on the International Space Station. Actually speaking, on the Kibo module made by Japan, it is also an unmanned airlock. And with this airlock, the International Space Station can release very small nano satellites or some CubeSat from the station to outer space. So you can see this is the advantage of a manned space program. For the small or nano satellites, either for research purpose or for educational purposes from the universities, they can be brought to the station by a cargo ship and then perform all kinds of tasks inside the cabin by the astronauts and then released from this cargo airlock. So this is frequently seen tasks by the astronaut on board the International Space Station. I believe that in the future, similar things can also happen to China. Because, as we have discussed, we have astronauts on board, so the test can be done inside in the orbit and to avoid many uncertainties. So this is an advantage of certain engineering research. And also, you know that for some kind of very important payload, we can also perform that in outer space. For instance, this time, as announced yesterday by the Deputy Chief of the China Manned Space Agency, Mr. Lin Xiqiang, we will have the atomic clocks on board our space station in the Mengtian module.
Actually, this site is located in a desert named as Gobi Desert. That's what it is known. You can, it's kind of, it's obviously not similar, but you can imagine it to be similar to that of I am forgetting the name, but that desert from where the Blue Origin capsule launches. So you can say it's kind of similar to that. Obviously not exactly, but yeah.
If we can have some improvements on the atomic clocks, it can benefit everyone, including those for the navigation purposes or the scientific research. You may heard today the several news, very interesting. We can get images of the black holes from far from the Earth. So a basic requirement to this kind of observation is the timing between the different telescopes. So we have no other choices but to use the atomic clocks. The more precise atomic clock is, the more better quality we can get of the images. So the atomic clock is not only very useful for the navigation satellites, but also very useful in all kinds of scientific research fields. This time, we not only have the hydrogen atomic clocks, the rubidium atomic clocks, we also have the those atomic clocks worked in visible light band.
That will be the combination of 3 clocks.
So that will be a combination of three different atomic clocks. So these were in orbit, and the result of this kind of study can benefit other spacecraft, maybe not in a manned spacecraft, but will be very, very useful. As Professor Zhang has mentioned, in the future, we can also study the gravitational waves in outer space, because in outer space, the baseline between the different measurement units will be the level of million kilometers or even longer.
Hundreds of millions.
But the basic requirement is the timing.
That's
the
right.
timing. So also in this case, we must use the atomic clocks. Not only these atomic clocks not only must be accurate enough, but also the timing between different clocks must be very precisely measured. So these are very good example of this kind of engineering study. Both can benefit the scientific research and benefit our daily life.
Yeah.
Well, let's give Professor Zhang the floor here. I'm sure you have a lot to say.
Also, we're talking about atomic clocks. There will be a technology called the ultra-cold atom. So there will be the devices that will be carried out on a space station to lower the temperature to a nearly absolute zero. So why we have to brought this temperature down to that level?
So it brings out the quantum nature of the atoms.
Yeah, quantum nature.
Right. So if you have a quantum system like a particle interacting with the surroundings, and when the temperature is high, the old uncertainty of the surrounding particles will seep through, and you lose the quantumness. Quantumness essentially means it's probability system, but the probability can go negative.
Interrupt you.
2小时准备完毕。5号。2小时准备完毕。
天舱。
Sorry, carry on.
2小时准备完毕。
Right. So they're doing a roll call. Everything is
right.
Normal. Right. So quantumness is essentially probability with a possible negative number. And then if you have all the uncertainty from the thermal motion, then it's just normal probability. So by cooling it down, you can do all sorts of things. Even the gravitational wave detection using using waves from those quantum waves.
So what are the necessity for us to bring this atomic clocks to the space?
The atomic clocks.
Because on the ground we can still lower this temperature to the absolute zero.
Right. So yeah, the atomic clocks in particular, it's a different animal. On the ground, they can be a massive thing. When you launch them into space, then it's a different matter. And then, as Professor Yang mentioned, he really got me there. We really need good clocks up there. One thing is you can test the gravitational, according to general relativity, when the gravitational field changes, the clock runs differently. You can actually measure to that accuracy, and there will be gravitational redshift experiments going on. And also, as I mentioned, when you take pictures of very far objects, the way you tell which direction things are coming from, which means resolution, right? It means how many pixels you get on your picture, is by telling the time difference between the signals coming in from different directions. You have two things separated, and then the light coming from different directions, they will arrive at your two different telescopes at slightly different times, and it's that tiny slight difference tells you which direction they come from. And that tiny difference really need the...
so can we say that was the way that we observe the gravitational waves?
That's not the gravitational wave, but the black hole pictures were done that way.
Okay.
I can see how this is really exciting for the three of you here.
All the geeks.
I'm the layman in all of this.
Yeah, Jiaoyang wants to live this video.
And you know that the Shenzhou-14 crew will witness the coming of the Tianzhou-5 cargo ship. According to the announcement of the China Manned Space Agency, you know that we've already selected 9 experiments from 17 countries at the first international cooperation of our space station. So if anything goes very smoothly, before the end of this year, some of the equipments for these international scientific research experiments will be brought to the station by the Tianzhou-5 cargo ship. And maybe the Shenzhou-14 crew or the Shenzhou-15 crew will perform these experiments, conduct these experiments in outer space. So that will be also very meaningful because it will be a beginning of a formal international cooperation scientific research on board our Tiangong space station.
So because in a couple of years' time, the International Space Station is going to be retired, right? So China's will be the only space station that is... It's not, Professor. You're shaking your head, Professor.
You know, that's also there are all kinds of rumors. But at current stage, we can confirm that the International Space Station can work until at least can work to 2024 because the partners come from 16 countries.
Right.
Then they all have they already have the formal agreement to reach the 2024. But you know that NASA wants to extend the lifespan to 2030, and also the European side, the Canadian Space Agency and Japan support this idea. But you know that Russia has not expressed their formal decision because they said that they must perform analysis because you know that until today that many malfunction comes from the Russian part of the station. You know that the most early part of the station is the Zaya model.
So sorry, if I can just interrupt you quickly there, just to give our viewers a better idea of this. So the International Space Station is essentially split into 2 operational sides.
Essentially,
the Russian part and the American part. And you know that American decided in the future they will have commercial stations. Today, some private companies such as the Axiom, NanoRacks, already have their plan to have private space stations on low Earth orbit, either for the commercial use or for even space tourists. So I believe that sooner or later we can see a private station on low Earth orbit. So maybe the sooner or later, maybe the International Space Station will be deorbited, but these private stations will also, we can see very soon.
But say if the Russian side doesn't renew its operational part, then how critical is that to the entire running of?
It's integrated into the very core, from the very beginning. It's sort of built around the some of the Russian modules, right? So it will be very difficult if they just say we're gonna stop maintaining it. Yeah, and it's not worth the trouble of just rebuilding. Essentially, a lot of it is really old. And
it's not something that the European and the American agencies can just take over.
Not really.
And also, though, I remember the Russian parts played a very critical role in the ISS because they provide propellants for...
Because the trajectory control, or the orbital control is charged by the Russian part.
So basically, that was the engine of the whole ISS.
So theoretically speaking, the US can, at current stage, they can use the propulsion system from their cargo ships to perform the orbital control. But that's difficult. You see that today the International Space Station greatly depends on the rocket engines on the Zvezda module, which can be recognized in the early stages, can be recognized as the core of the station. You know that it's very complex because although the Russian part have three major modules, Zarya, Zvezda, and also Nauka, but Zarya and Nauka were designed and manufactured.
All right, a 1 hour countdown to liftoff has just been announced. And now from the light pictures, we can see that the first two groups of the platforms are opening, and later we'll be able to get a full view of the rocket booster.
It's a very, very good debate about the Russian section and the US section for the ISS, and obviously ISS will be retiring very soon. It's like, it's a decade, it's been like 20 years since it was made, and since 20 years technology advanced so much that you can't even have that structural integrity in place for the ISS. So yes, ISS is bound to retire, so that is going to happen. So but the commercial space agencies, as they mentioned, Axiom and NanoRax is working on to take over it, and then there are things for the India also to have its own space station with the Gaganyaan program. So anything can happen. Future is great, and I'm always say this, that this decade 2030 till 2030, this is a golden decade for space industry.
And the broadcast just announced, just goes through a system check throughout the system, and well, the rotation platform is still closed, but the taikonauts already in the spaceship, and all the hatches of the orbiter, and also the orbiter, and also where taikonauts stay, have all closed. There are still people working there, and the last group will evacuate from the launch pad 15 minutes before the launch. And well, the weather is quite clear today, and it's a little bit windy now than this morning when we got here. But well, it's still very good weather considering last few days there's a sandstorm here. But now today is really good. And also, the Shenzhou-14 crew is really selected.
Nope. I am not asleep. It's actually, I haven't slept in this today because the stream had to start at 4:30, and by 3 I have to wake up and do all the stuff. Basically, I slept at 2:15 and woke up at 3. So yeah, I'm a hell lot of devoid of sleep right now. It's 7 a.m. right here, but I'll be with you. We are T-minus 57 minutes until the launch, and you can see right now the hatch has been closed. Everything is looking good. They have done they'll now again do the pressure check. You just saw that they actually removed that any foreign debris which they have, and we have seen that this foreign debris is a thing which can be a reason for the air pressure leak. So yeah, and this is a patch for the Shenzhou-14 which he's holding in front of it.
This is the armband for giving those people working for it as a souvenir as well. So this is what we got so far, and we'll be expecting the final preparations and final countdown in about an hour.
Oh, thank you so much, this is our report.
I know, Angel, I know it's a joke, but I'm just telling you that, yeah, it's a joke although, but I'm sleepy right now.
For the space program in first it started in the United States and then other parts of it. Now it's China's turn to develop our own space culture.
Yeah, you even have space aficionados designing their own sort of ones. Some of them I've seen, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, and obviously the people have been collecting all of those armbands, the stickers, and also the badges.
It'll be very difficult to go to Jiuquan to watch the launches, but in the future, when everything moves to Wentian, people can watch it regularly and then collect this sort of things, and they can really build up sort of a circle of space fans. That would be quite interesting.
It's
we need
actually
young people
not
to get
the
in.
hatch. The thing which they just closed was not the hatch. That was just the what should I say, a payload fairing closing. They have already closed the proper hatch of the module, but they just right now shut down the door of the access module. What was the name? I just forgetting right now. But yeah, that was just a door of at the payload fairing. So yeah.
And you can just vote on the website of the Lego.
Will you be buying it?
Yeah. If you support
Okay, so that's one
Launch
vote already.
5 rockets.
Yeah.
I mean, that would take hours to put together, perhaps, but nothing compared to what they do.
Hi, John, welcome to the stream watching from the Philippines. That's great. So we have 297 people watching, and let's just spam in the chat from where you watching the stream. Let's just get to know. And yes, Wildflower, you are right about that. Keep eating. Eating does help to, you know, be energetic and all this, but at the end of the day, sleep is required, and when I am unable to sleep, then I am unable to speak also properly. So yeah, that is interconnected for me. Okay, so we have people watching. So Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Singapore, the moon. Okay, Hubert is already on the moon. I guess Apollo astronauts dropped the kid back on the moon, and now he has grown and has all the technology and everything.
Senior expert with the China Academy of Launch Vehicle Technology, and talked about the carrier rocket used for the Shenzhou-14 mission.
Can you tell us about the rocket for the Shenzhou-14 mission?
这发火箭啊，跟上发火箭相比啊。
Technically speaking, this rocket is the same as the one used for Shenzhou-12 and 13 missions. The difference is, it's been on the launch pad since last August, meaning it's been on standby for about 10 months. This is the first time that a rocket is kept ready for emergency in-orbit missions. We've also been carrying out various checks during this time.
What's left to be done before the scheduled launch?
接下来的工作就是这个火箭的。
Moonman for Michigan, okay. How did your finals go? Finals are yet to happen, but the exams which I gave were, you can say, practicals, and they went perfectly. Fine.
When this rocket is launched, another rocket called Long March 2F Y-15 goes on standby. It's undergone all tests and is now in the launch area, ready for emergency rescue mission.
Well, assuming all goes well after the launch, what happens next?
这次发射任务成功之后啊。
We will first analyze the flight data and evaluate the results. Then we will check and carry out maintenance for all ground devices and prepare for the next mission. Also, when the Long March 2F Y-15 rocket is ready for launch, we will immediately prepare the next one as backup. The backup rocket is now being assembled and tested in Beijing.
And how important this mission to the space station?
Hi Michael Jeffrey, welcome to the stream. After a long time you are here and you are watching from Connecticut. That's great. And yes, as you just heard that they just have this backup ready every time they launch a rocket, and it is necessary for during the construction phase, because during the construction phase it's a critical one, right? Anything can go wrong. So they need to have this backup plan ready, but I don't know for how long will they continue this thing, like having a backup rocket ready, because here at ISS you don't see that happening at all. You don't have a backup rocket ready, so if anything happens there is no rescue coming in. So if they continue to do it after their station is fully constructed and everything is stable, then it would be a great thing, because that would give the astronauts, or the taikonauts as they like to say, a more comfort feeling, like yes, there are people behind me if anything goes wrong. So it's a good thing to have. I will any day take that if I'm going to space.
That developed very late in this new century. But you know that before that, just at the beginning of the China's manned space program, actually speaking, at that moment, China's old generation launch vehicle is already become very practical. The rudiment of this Long March 2F carrier rocket is a Long March 2E, which the maiden flight is on 1990. So that launch vehicle is already powerful enough to bring a spaceship into orbit. So we just improved that and made some change, for instance, such as adding the emergency escape system to this launch vehicle, and also add a malfunction detection system to this launch vehicle. And it was improved into the what we call the Long March 2F. So that is the historical reasons. Because at that moment, still we use what I mentioned, the UDMH and NTO as the propellants. So this is the historical reasons, because it's already the performance is already good enough, and also it's very reliable for this kind of human launch. But in the future, of course, for the next generation human-rated launch vehicle, we will use the new generation propellants. For instance, maybe we use a combination of kerosene and liquid oxygen, or even use a combination of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. So that will be absolutely environmental friendly. But also, you know that for these kind of launch vehicles, usually we hope that we can perform human missions to the moon with these new generation launch vehicles.
Yes, China is working aggressively to go back, to go to the moon with the Long March 9 rocket in development, and all those new generation space capsules, and modules and whatnot. So yes, they are aggressive in space. They not only the human space flight, but the planetary exploration too. They have not been to moon yet. I mean, not been to moon as in taken astronauts to the moon, but they have done wonders in space, and I can just count all the achievements which they have made. They recently in 2020 itself, they did a sample back return from the moon. They literally sent a spacecraft to the moon. It scooped out the samples from the moon. It launched from the moon, docked with the another module which was orbiting around the moon, and then it shooted it back towards the Earth and was successfully recovered. So yes, these are the things which they are working on. And talking about the Mars achievement, the Tianwen-1, how can anyone forget that? It was, you can say, the maiden flight to the Mars, and they were confident enough to send the rover, the orbiter, and the lander all in one mission for the maiden flight to the Mars. So yes, China is just doing amazing work, and I also have this information that they have been planning to for a Neptune or a Uranus mission also. There's a Neptune window coming up, wherein NASA will also send their spacecraft. So their spacecraft, as well as with NASA's China spacecraft, so both of them will send a spacecraft to the Neptune. So it would be interesting to see how they'll work about it. So yeah, things are looking great. And again, I'm repeating the fact this year, this decade is a golden decade for spaceflight. The Starship is happening, and we may see humans going back to the moon. China is developing their space station. India will also hopefully succeed with their Gaganyaan program and initiate their space station journey too. Dude, this decade is a golden decade for space flight. And just write this down somewhere. I'm telling you. So guys, if you're just joining in, you are watching Rocket Kyan, and here on this channel you will see the coverages of the launches, the space events, the videos related to space and rockets and whatnot. So it's a one-stop destination for everything space. You can just subscribe and hit that like button, especially the launch coverages, because you get that proper launch coverage, everything you need to know about something. So yeah.
Have been prepared to give shelter to people, and crops in northern Cuba's tobacco production area.
So we are right now T-minus 45 minutes. The weather was looking awesome. This is not the weather, this is just the news coverage, but weather is looking awesome, and you will see some amazing, I'm telling you, if the weather is like that only, and if they don't mess up the camera feed, you will see some amazing views when it lifts off to the sky. So just look out for that. And yes, talking about this mission is the most critical mission which they have ever taken with the humans on board. They have the most hard work to do, and their to-do list is very long. They'll have this is the first time China is attempting a human space flight mission during the construction phase, because two modules, the Wentian and the Mengtian, will be coming in for the orbital assembly. So they will arrive and flying to the space with the Wentian or Mengtian module. I don't remember which one, but that smaller arm is used for more precise operations, which the bigger arm can't do. Also, that when a spacewalk is happening, and then bigger arm is mostly engaged in holding the astronaut in place from doing something. So the smaller robotic arm is needed for anything else. So yeah, those are the things which are coming in. And then the telescope is also left, which will also be launched, I think, the next year. And once that launch, you can say the total completion of the space station for the Chinese space station will happen. So yes, things are looking great, and now we can listen in.
Cables and the pipes connected to the launch vehicle and also connected to the Shenzhou spaceship. At this moment, we still perform all kinds of critical checking of the launch vehicle system and also the
the wind
Shenzhou
is not
spaceship
looking
system.
great.
So you may see that just several minutes before the hatch we can see from the camera between the in the orbital module, the hatch between the orbital module and the re-entry capsule has already been closed. And also, next will be closing of the side hatch of the orbital module, and then the panel on the payload pairing will be closed. So these are very important procedures, and also after these checkings, the ground staff will leave the launch pad. Before that, the ground staff will carefully counting if everybody has arrived. So nobody should be left, because
you don't want to be left over.
that will be very dangerous, because you see that's the blast. We can even several kilometers from the launch pad, we can see the so loud blast of the launch vehicle. So it will be very dangerous for the ground team. But on the other hand,
now we're seeing Yang Liwei, China's first astronaut.
Hey, we can't read your name because I don't know Chinese, but thank you for that 399 Doraemon. It would definitely pay for my early morning coffee right now. 7:30 in the morning. I haven't slept, so I also need a coffee. We are T-minus 41 minutes and counting. Things are looking great, and thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And guys, if you really want to support me, you can do that by becoming a member it would really help me to keep on bringing these live streams, because YouTube sucks when it comes to live streams. YouTube is not good for live stream. It's good for Twitch is good for live stream. So membership is only the thing which keeps this channel going. So if you want to support me, you can do that by becoming a member or a Patreon. Link is down in the description, and the super chats are enabled for one-time funding.
海况及1小时准备情况。长江3号海况4级，浪高1.5米，风力3级，能见度15公里。景山、天路、长江3号1小时准备完毕。景山报告完毕。
Monetary shipping is reporting its location.
So
and
what we
also
just heard is a voice from the space tracking ships. Actually speaking, Yuanwang 3. I believe it is now in the Pacific Ocean. As we have already discussed, not only the ground stations but also our space tracking ships must be in very good condition for the tracking of the trajectory, and also that we must measure the precise orbit of the launch vehicle, and we can only announce the success of the launch when the orbit of the Shenzhou spaceship is accurate enough.
And we can also hear from their communication. There will be the ship that in charge of the tracking the trajectory of the whole the fly process. And we heard there will be the ship on Changjiang, on Tianzhou.
No, in the Pacific Ocean.
In Pacific Ocean.
They call them the Changjiang 3, but actually speaking, it is the Yuanwang 3 space tracking ship. Yeah. And this is because that from the launch pad to the separation of the Shenzhou spaceship and the Long March 2F launch vehicle, the separation force is already in the ocean. It is very near to Shandong province, but it is already in the ocean. So we must have a space tracking ship just to ensure the communication link between the ground stations and the Shenzhou spaceship.
And I believe there are also the international observing and monitoring station will be involved in this project. South America.
Honestly speaking, we do have some ground stations outside China. For instance, we have some stations in Pakistan, in Karachi, and also we have stations in Africa, in Namibia, and also Malawi. This kind of station, but mostly speaking, these are used during the return of the Shenzhou spaceships. In the early stages, we do have some cooperation with European Space Agency, because that at that moment, including the Shenzhou 5 mission, we do not have much ground stations, and we do not have the Tianhe data relay satellite. Yeah. So the coverage rate of the telemetry is limited. We only have about 10% chances to communicate with our Shenzhou spaceship. So we use the ground stations from other countries, including those from the European Space Agency, to increase our coverage rate. But today, because that we already have the Tianhe data relay satellite system, we can almost reach 100% coverage for our Shenzhou spaceship or for our Tiangong space station.
So you can imagine in the past how difficult it was. Only when the spacecraft flies essentially over China that you can actually talk to it.
Earlier when we were talking about the China space station and what will happen after the International Space Station retires, whether that's in a few years' time or even longer. Well, Professor Zhang, what do you sort of foresee for China and international cooperation at that point, once the China space station is potentially the only one left?
Right, so there are different countries in the world, in this multipolar world in particular. China and Russia collaboration is ramping up. As Professor Yang mentioned, we have a lot of tracking stations in developing countries, and which is why sort of China's space program is especially sort of looking after trying to bring in developing country into the fold, training their astronauts and whatnot. So those sort of development, space, Belt and Road, those will go ahead unhindered. The issue is more with the U.S. There were some collaborations with Europeans, but obviously they collaborate heavily with the U.S. and the U.S. has this anything that belongs to us, you can't pass it on, that sort of things. And then there's the Russia and then European issue. So in the future, I think there will be slight paradigm shift into sort of more back to the more competitive sort of more exploration type of thing, going to the moon, going to Mars. Those sort of projects will benefit with competition, but the science projects, unfortunately, because there are only so many scientists in the world that can do a thing. There, in my field, maybe 10 or less, and they're all spread among different countries. So if you fragment the experiment, the science payloads into this many different countries that doesn't collaborate with each other, the science projects would suffer really bad.
So the best way is to collaborate, is to make all of them work together.
Yeah, scientists are certainly driving from the bottom up. So hopefully
you can achieve incredible engineering with competition, but science actually happens and progresses with collaboration. So that's a good lesson which we are learning here.
That they are ready and that they have prepared for the 1 hour countdown.
Exactly. So what the voice we just heard is a report from different stations about the T-minus 1 hour preparation. Because you know that for any ground stations outside the Zhejiang Satellite Launch Center, we have readers, telescope, and we must keep these facilities okay.
But actually, it's interesting, Professor Zhang, as you were just talking about, how important it is to have science collaboration. We were looking at images that had a slogan essentially saying self-reliance, right? And this is something that President Xi Jinping has been very keen to encourage. China realize more self-reliance in aerospace science and technology. So where do you strike that balance then between being able to do everything yourself and the cooperation side of things?
Well, that's an unfortunate effect of being cut off by the U.S. and stuff like that. So it's essentially you have to make contingency plans for everything. And China's launch system is 100% homemade, and the Tiangong space station is also 100%. So next generation stuff, they're all 100% domestic. Even the source raw material, they're sourced domestically. So this is unfortunate. That means you have to reinvent the wheel that other people have already done. Engineers don't usually like to do that because everybody wants to be working on the cutting edge. But well, you deal with whatever situation is handed to you, and I think China's engineers have done an admirable job. They've been catching up really rapidly, and they're now making progress on the forefront. As I mentioned earlier, the next generation of crewed capsules, I think it's leading. Yeah.
And so far, this kind of international collaboration has been focused on the science research on China's Tiangong space station. And in 2019, China announced that 9 projects from 17 countries were selected from 42 applications, making them the first batch of scientific experiment for China's space station. So what are the standards for selecting those programs?
There's a selection committee. It's the scientific norm of how things work in science. For example, in China,
opening, guys, which simply means the countdown is progressing very healthily, so everything is looking good right now.
A panel of experts, they will evaluate the proposals based on their scientific value and how much time they would require and the cost of everything, and then they make a final decision. And output of that round of proposals will be 9 first batch experiments.
This is the best camera angle which we have here. I hope this remains online when the rocket launches, so that we get to see amazing the flame trench cam
for your engines, because for example, if you want to go to Mars, you'll be outside Earth's magnetic field protection. You really want to get there fast, otherwise you'll develop cancer halfway through. So all sorts of exotic nuclear fusion engines, iron thrust using nuclear powers, all sorts of things being proposed. And then to develop them, you really need to know how fluid behave, for example, in space, and those sort of things, those sort of experiments. They are among the 9, and they're the ones that I'm quite interested in.
Now we're seeing the boosters.
Yeah.
Professor Yang, so this is the very bottom.
Yeah. As we mentioned, right? This is the first rotational black arm at the bottom.
The second to open.
The first one. Yes. The first open is the fourth one. That's on the top, and then the bottom one, the first one. So we've already seen the boosters.
The booster in the first stage of. So actually, at the very bottom of this, it's the first It's the first stage, right?
The core stage and the 4 boosters. You know, that's the diameter of the Long March 2F launch vehicle. The core stage diameter is 3.35 meters, according to the limitation of the railway tunnels.
Okay.
And the diameter of the 4 boosters are 2.25 meters. Each of these boosters have an engine, each with a thrust of 75 tons. And the core stage use the same engines, but the core stage use 4 of these engines. So the liftoff thrust of this launch vehicle is about 600 tons.
Why is it opened in this order in particular?
Well, you see, as we have already discussed, we must ensure that at a certain stage, we must ensure that the emergency escape system can work.
That's why that's the first.
So that's why you open the top one. And then you know, that's the checking of the launch vehicle and the spacecraft combination have a certain sequence. So that is the reason why we open the rotational platforms at the bottom. And then you know that the most important thing is that we must open the last one, which connected to the hatch of the Shenzhou spaceship. So in some certain cases, you know that the last ground staff will remain in this third platform, because we must perform some operations of the payload ferrying. So they leave at the last sequence.
30分钟准备，东风明白。
All right, about half an hour to go until the launch. Let's check in with our reporter Ninghao Gan. How are the final?
Finally, after so long, we are at T minus 30 minutes and counting. Things are looking great.
Hello, Ninghao, got me? Give us the final preparation. Yeah.
明白，青岛，明白，天津。
Well, now we're in the half an hour countdown, and you can see that the rotating platform at the bottom has opened and revealing the boosters and also the engines of the rocket. So now, well, everything is ready, and we're officially having a go. And there are still, the broadcasting, they're broadcasting that. Asking people to evacuate. Yes, the evacuation has begun, but many people will still stay until the last 15 minutes before launch. And this is about 1,500 meters away from the launch pad, and it's also the most closest position where you could see the rocket lift off and also feel the tremor and hear the blast of the engines. So I've been here like since Shenzhou 12, but every time it's a new and fresh experience, and the most exciting moment will be standing here and watching and feeling the liftoff. And also, while every time these crew are facing
Yes, talking about those tiles, Wentian, you just brought a very good topic. So those are yes, you can say that those are heat tiles. Actually, you know, these the propellant which is used in this rocket is the UDMH and N2O4, and these are the Earth storable liquids which have, like, you know, the temperature should be maintained at around 24 degrees to 30 degrees. So these tiles are placed on top of these boosters so that they don't lose their heat quickly, and they don't get heated up, or basically they don't exchange temperature quickly, and that's how they can maintain the temperature. So there can be some tiles which can fall off. I'm not so sure about tile falling off from this rocket Long March 2F. We'll have to wait and see, but other rockets which does not have humans on board, we have seen the tiles falling off, and those are not the pieces of the rocket. Those are intended to be fall off, because that's how it works. You don't need those tiles while going up in the space. Maybe those tiles are not there. Those tiles are integrated itself on the fuel tank on this one, because you don't want any thing falling off when you are having humans on board.
Which is also a history in China's manned space missions. So there's still a lot to expect at this position half a year from now. Yeah, that's what we learned, and now all we have to do is just waiting for the final go of the rocket.
Right, and Ninghui, as you've been talking to us, that we have the witnessing.
They have the best camera angles for sure.
Has been opening, and now we can see the second stage of the rockets. So when will you be evacuated?
Oh no, we will not. This is the place where we will be. During
is it safe enough for the distance is safe enough for you to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That'd be great. That'd be great.
Yes, there are already a lot of people around me that are coming here to watch.
So what is your mood
liftoff.
right now? What is your mood right now as the veteran reporter? You've been covering this for many times. So what is your mood for this?
Well, every time you feel excited as you getting closer to the liftoff, because you know that the three taikonauts they be waiting inside the rocket and for this moment, and also the rocket the weather here is really good, so you could see the rocket lifting off all the way up for a very long time, and also sometimes the rocket fly just over my head, so you could feel the blast like the engines just roaring up ahead.
These camera angles look so cinematic in live version too.
Hong, so it's Jiaoyang here, so I just want to ask, how far away are you from the launch pad?
1,500 meters.
1,500
1.5 kilometer, very close range.
Well, we'll have to hear from you later about how it felt.
See, talking about this 1,500 meters, this is a very, if you live in US, this is a very short range. Because in China, actually, you can be as close as 500 meters. I have seen people, taking pictures and shots in very close fashion because it's allowed there. I don't know, for some reason it's allowed to be very close to a rocket. In US, I think it's 5 kilometers or 10 kilometers be the safe distance. So that is not the case in China. You can be very close, and that's why just 1,500 meters. And because of that, since this distance is so short, that they can place the cameras and operate it at a close range. They get beautiful shots of the launch, the photos and whatnot.
Barely no wind, and we could see from the place where we are, and we got a lot of people coming here now, coming here to see the liftoff.
Yeah, what was the last time? What was the last time you covered? You've been in Zhoushan Launching Center. It's for
Shenzhou 12.
Shenzhou 12 mission.
Last year, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yes, Shenzhou 12 mission.
I know it's
so
not
this
good,
is my
but
third
that was also me
here to cover
too angry in the
confidence on the rockets.
I will be locked up in the studio, and you can be there.
So the two of
it's
you
not
have good
unfair.
harmony
It's not
with each
unfair.
other.
So maybe next time you should come, and we could just set up a studio for you here.
We should send you to the
that's
front
a good
and
idea. Our direction team. Have you heard about this? You take this advice. That's advice from Ning Hong.
Yeah, I'm also expecting this. I could help you to arrange some interviews for you. Also, people, if you got into a studio, just you could set up in the front, in the lawn that in front of this building. So it'll be much closer, even than the place where I am.
So now, Ning Hong, as you've been the only one among us who has been who have been eyewitnessing the launch of the rockets. Tell us the feeling when this engine roaring and then blast off. Can you feel the winds or?
Well, the first thing that you feel is the tremor when the engine start to ignite. So, and then you feel the continuous getting stronger and stronger the tremor.
You can feel that. You can have that strong feeling.
Yes, yes. Yeah, and you got a feeling that rocket is actually moving closer to you. Sometimes you get a little bit scary, but actually rocket is just quickly getting far away from here. But you got a feeling, wow, the rocket is getting over my head. Just feel the.
Yeah,
it's something
this
that
rocket launch. If you get any chance to view this rocket launch once in a lifetime, please just go and watch it, because it's a once in a lifetime experience which you can get. It's so amazing. It just shakes you from inside, and you actually feel. I have seen people being very emotional when a rocket lifts off, because it shakes you from inside, and then you realize oh boy, we are living in a great world. We are sending people onto space and moon and trying to go back to the moon and whatnot. So yeah, it's a small version of the overview effect. So you must experience that.
You can't see it, but a lot of people are getting on the ground and watching.
Talking about this March 2028, yes, I know the US is very strict in case of these FAA guidelines. So 8 kilometers is the viewing area. Yeah, I said 5 to 10 kilometers was the thing. So yeah, exactly.
Seeing this live picture from inside the.
So that's a good question, Moonman. For what supports the rocket as it is now? So it's a very heavy rocket, and you obviously need some support right there, right? So yes, there are certain clamps holding the rocket. When hold down clamps, basically holding the rocket, they are located beneath the rocket. At the bottom part of the rocket, they attach and they don't let it go off, and they don't let it go off until the engine comes to full thrust. So once the engine comes to full thrust, they hold down clamps release and the rocket lifts off. So those hold down clamps are also responsible for making this rocket stay in one place when it's not lifting off. So yeah. So we are, there you go, we are T-minus 20 minutes now. Everything is looking good. After so long, we have been here for like almost 4 hours now. 3 hours, sorry. So things are looking great, and we are waiting for this beautiful rocket to lift off. And as I said, since this rocket is a UDMH and N204, so the plume which it forms, the diamond, the shock diamonds which it forms is just amazing. You will see that in action, and I'm telling you, the best shock diamonds are formed basically from this UDMH N204 fuel. So you just sit back and relax and wait for 19 more minutes, and you'll see these things go to space.
All the platforms has already been opened, but you can still see some arms, some small arms connected to the launch vehicle. Because at this moment, we still have cables connected to the Long March 2F and to the Shenzhou-14 spaceship. So at this moment, its power supply, the electricity, is come from the launch pad.
So it's not fuel. It's not.
Not fuel. The fueling has already been accomplished several hours before the launch. But at this moment, we still need the electricity from the ground to save the energy of the batteries. You see, the battery inside the launch vehicle can only last for several hours. So we must save this energy. And also, before the unfolding of the solar panels, we also need the storage batteries inside the Shenzhou spaceship to save the energy and raise the reliability. So at this moment, we need to get the power supply from the ground. Only several minutes before the launch, we will transfer the power supply from the ground to the battery inside the launch vehicle.
Okay. So a rocket like this, 85% of it, what's the percentage of it that would actually be fuel and other things that will be shedded throughout the process? I mean, the actual payload and what the rocket can actually carry, and the part that's essential for the space station.
Zhang, you are totally right about it. It's not every day you see a construction of a space station, and if you are able to see that, then you are lucky. Because, and if you are able to see, if you were able to see both the ISS and this CSS construction, then you are the most luckiest one. So yes, this is my first time. I was not born when ISS was constructing. So yeah,
the rocket is it's a fighting against the efficiency.
Right. That's why you really don't want to launch stuff from Earth if you can help it. You want to put stuff either from the. I'm going into science fiction territory, but if you can put stuff out of the moon, put stuff out of the asteroids already in space, then assemble stuff in space, then it's a whole different matter.
You want to deliver the most important things to the space. So as Professor Yang Yuan just mentioned, they use everything in the space station to recycle.
Right.
They recycle the water, recycle the actions, because you don't want to bring those things to the space. to waste those energy.
But I suppose that's what pushes the development as well of science and research, to try and make everything more efficient, lighter, smaller.
Exactly. You know that every kilogram of payload, the cost to bring this payload to the station, the cost will be much more expensive than the same amount of gold. So we must save. So just several days before, the media asked me why they don't wash their clothes in outer space. I say that they only use their clothes one time and abandon that, because that washing the clothes will use water. Well, the water is much more expensive than the clothes itself. So that is the reason today we don't use the washing machines in outer space.
Oh, so everything that they bring up, it's all just, it's reusable clothes, right? We're not talking about disposable once used in 6 months. It's a long time. That's a lot of clothes to bring up if they have to.
Some are disposable.
Part of the resources are reusable. For instance, the water,
Yeah.
the air are reusable. But something like the clothes will not be recycled, and also some other things. And also, that today we use what we call the regenerative environmental control and the life support system. So for this system, we also have some spare parts for these systems, because some of the parts are easy to be have some failure. So we must have the spare parts to replace them. And for this, we must prepare these kinds of parts in the cargo ships.
So space is obviously very limited, or weight, I guess, is limited as
Actually,
what they can carry. But
until today, our water recovery system in the station has already recycled more than 1 ton of water during the Shenzhou-12 and the Shenzhou-13 mission.
So just to interrupt you quickly, Professor Yang, we're on a 15-minute countdown now.
15 minutes.
各号注
See
意
the，ground staff
我
there.
是宁浩，15分钟准备，东风，东风明白。
And they're just announcing the 15-minute countdown there. It's the ground crew. Professor Zhang, so I read earlier that
15分钟准备，调度制
I'm not sure if it's the Shenzhou-14 or if it's with the Wentian module that's going, but there'll be gyroscopes. And I think you mentioned this
the
earlier
gyros.
as well. Is this going with the Shenzhou? Or is this because these are 170 kilos?
Yeah, those things are already up there in the Tianhe core module. So those are basically helping the space station turn into its posture without using the rockets. It's using conservation of angular momentum. Those are heavy spinning disks. In the core module, you can see some bulky sort of round top things, 6 of them on the. You only need 4, but they have the redundancies. They are on the outside precisely because they're so noisy, and that's part of going into the mental health for 6 months thing. If those are in the inside, you got constant noise coming from that. It would be a whole different, a whole different game.
It would drive people crazy.
Yeah.
So they've already got everything up there. I think there's no more going up.
So the
gyroscopes, do they have all the gyroscopes they need up there?
Presumably the Wentian would also have them, but they're not on our site anymore.
And also this time we're going to have like 2 modules, Wentian and Mengtian, both for scientific research modules. And what are the differences between them?
The Wentian module also have a very important role to back up many of the critical systems of the core module. For instance, there were also
so it's not only for the scientific.
Yeah, exactly.
Montiero, thanks for coming in, and so welcome to the stream.
Also, 3 bedrooms for the astronauts.
Oh, that will be for the
another
Shenzhou-15, another 3-1 at the end of the
and also
December.
there is another toilet in the Wentian module. So we will have 2 toilets.
So Shenzhou-15's crew will be
and
temporarily
also,
stay there.
You already discussed. There have a joke. Miss Jiao Yang, you work for that, because what you discuss is called CMG.
Control moment gyroscope.
Exactly.
But in your case, that was a
not China Media Group. So you may notice that just between the small cylindrical compartment and the big cylindrical compartment of the Tianhe module, there are 6 very huge spheres mounted just between them. Yeah. So that's what you have discussed, the control moment gyroscopes. These are used for the attitude control. The amazing thing is that for this kind of attitude control, you only use electricity. You don't need to use your propellants. So you know that although we also have the attitude control engines on board our Tianhe module, but that only was used in some certain cases. For instance, if you want to change the attitude very rapidly, or when the orbital control engine or the main engines are working, so we need to use the engines. But you should notice that to using engines, we use the valuable propellants. So theoretically speaking, we can have infinite electricity. So we use the control moment gyroscope to control the attitude in most cases. And as you asked, there are also the backup control moment gyroscopes in the Wentian module. So for some critical functions, the Wentian module can increase the reliability of the whole station.
Now we're seeing this, the ground staff.
Now people are moving out of the launch pad. So you can see the people are leaving the launch pad. We are T-minus 11 minutes and counting, and there will be a police patrol after everyone has left to, basically finally check everyone has left or not. And then they'll launch. So things are looking good right now. Everything is working, going as per the plan. The weather is good. The range is green and the vehicle is holding up, and we are just waiting for it to go off. Now we are under 11 minutes. I am so excited. I don't know about you, but finally, after being awake for whole night, basically, it's 8 a.m. now. I haven't slept at all. So it's a good treat to have. So yeah, let's see what we have, what they have in store for
right.
us.
The bio experience more towards the
okay, so the countdown has stopped. This is not good.
Obviously, biology.
No, okay, so this is obviously this is not the countdown.
Yeah, but I have all the admirations for the biologists.
This is the clock. This is not the countdown. This is the clock, I guess.
They have to go check it every 3 hours. They can't. They can sleep for 3 hours.
They're going to raise the bacteria in
I think it's part of the thing. Yeah.
So earlier we saw a sign that said for when the rocket will be ignited, and it was down to the second. It was 10:44:07 seconds.
Yeah.
So they are very precise about this.
That's what I call the zero launch window. But today, because we have the optimized mechanism, so it increased to a narrow launch window. So the launch vehicle can adjust its trajectory during the flight to adapt
this thing which I was talking about earlier also, this narrow and the instantaneous launch window, this boils down to basically two things, the fuel economy as well as the system which you have in place. So if you have a good control and guidance system in place, then you can expand your launch window. Which they have, Chinese have, because launching to ISS, even for Soyuz and for Falcon 9, both of them have instantaneous launch window. So yes, that is great if you can just expand the launch window, because if anything happens, then also you have a certain time to correct it. So it's a good thing to have in your kitty. So T-minus 8 minutes 44 seconds
to the same orbital plane of our station. They must in the same orbital plane. So we don't have other choice but to when the launch site together with the rotation of the Earth passing through this orbital plane. So that is the reason.
So so we've got a few more minutes to go until launch, and we'll get to see all the different phases in a minute. But just before we get there, Professor Zhang, can you just talk us through what will happen after the rocket launches? So the different stages of separation, probably not using the right term here, but you understand what I mean. Until
my volume was low. I think it's all right now, I guess.
Well, you can back me up if anything goes, say this wrong. So it will lift off, and then
if the I don't understand Chinese, guys. If anyone can help me if anything is going toxic, but I just want to say, I don't know what is going on, but I just want to say, please guys, this is space which we are talking about, and when you look your Earth from space, everything is just one single Earth. There is no boundaries, nothing from space. So please just be civil and respect the space sector, because this is the one thing which I believe which actually can unite the humanity together to work for greater good. So let's be civil and let's go Shenzhou-14.
I think if I remember correctly, it will be the fairing coming off,
Uh-huh.
and then they will be able to talk to ground. The astronauts will be exposed.
What sort of timing are we looking at then? For when they're able to communicate and for the space shuttle to be exposed, for the fairing to be shed?
Several hundred.
Is that something that we can sort of estimate? Several minutes after liftoff, or what sort of
Okay, so
time?
let me just quickly tell you what is going to happen now. So you will see this rocket actually has like 3 stages, 4 boosters, 1 core stage, and this other second stage. And obviously there is a crew escape system in place, so it will also be jettisoned. So what will happen is first of all the 4 boosters will separate. Okay, then the launch escape tower will separate. Then I think the core stage will separate. Then the fairing will open up, the shroud will open up basically, and then finally the second stage will separate. So the first stage is powered by YF-20 engines, which runs on UDMH and 204 as its fuel. The first stage, by first stage I mean the core stage as well as the booster. Both of them use the same engine. So the core stage has 4 engines, and the booster also have 4 engines, but they have like single one of them. So in total we have like 8 engines running at full power during liftoff. And then talking about the second stage, the upper stage basically, the upper stage has YF-24 engines. Again 4 of them. No, not 4 of them, I have to check, but that YF-24 engine is the upper stage, and it also runs on UDMH and 204. But the specialty about the YF-24 is that it has 4 vernier engines and 1 main engine. So for the rough orbit insertion, main engine is used, and after that you will see that the main engine is cut off, but the verniers are still running, and you need that so that you can actually fine tune your orbit. When you just you are launching and you are emptying the fuel, the acceleration increases, because obviously you are you are actually just giving away your weight. So the acceleration will increase, and you need to have to limit your acceleration because humans are on board. So therefore you just cut off the main engine and then use the verniers for the final insertion. So yeah, that's how it works. And then finally you'll see the separation of the Shenzhou spacecraft. The solar panels will open up and things will look great. So we are T-minus 4 minutes and counting. Things are looking good. Finally, guys, after so long, we are 4 minutes away from this beautiful rocket to lift off. And look at those chalk diamonds. You will see those things to be very amazing. So just sit back and relax and enjoy the launch.
I wonder how much they must be feeling right now. I mean, they look the same as they did at the beginning. They look pretty calm,
they've been practiced for quite a long time, so I believe they're pretty calm. And also, well, though they will spend 6 months in a space, every day will have been very carefully planned by the ground staff and by the controlling center on the ground.
But scheduled based on Beijing time.
Yeah, the schedule is based on Beijing, but every detail of their working schedule has been planned.
Yeah.
Has already been planned.
And also, it is very interesting that the Tianzhou 4 has already prepared food for them.
Hey, Cruz Sen, thank you so much for that SGD-10. Really appreciate it, man. It's a great thing to have just before the liftoff. So thank you so much, SGD. Really appreciate it, man. It really helps me keeping this channel alive, and thank you so much.
Space station since 2021. The Shenzhou-14 will be headed for the station's Tianhe core module, and that module was launched in April last year.
And the Long March Carrier rocket
T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining,
you can see
guys.
the blue mark on the
we
payload
are
fairing is the logo of China Manned Space Engineering.
Finally down to 2 minutes, basically. And let's see. This beautiful rocket
The first tries will be
up in the sky.
practice the redundant sort of remote control from inside the station. So.
In a normal case, of course, we will use the automatic docking.
Because
it's more
more
reliable.
accurate,
But if something wrong happens,
What do you call me? You can call me Gyan. Everyone calls me that, so you can call me Gyan. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
1 minute.
50秒。
1 minute 46 seconds remaining. Okay.
Wow. We're holding breath too.
Apparently, there's a famous story that the Chinese astronaut going up, they monitored the heart rate. Was it Yang Liwei or who? The heart rate doesn't even go up.
That's right. That's
2028,
pretty
actually,
calm.
that is gonna happen now, because from now on, China will have a sustained presence in space. Right now, there is no one on space station. This was the pause, but right now they will be having, from now on, they will be having a sustained presence in space. So yes, your question will be answered soon. So T minus 1 minute remaining, guys. Okay, this is happening. Down to 1 minute.
Count down.
and you can see the rotational arms will be opened finally and unplug the cables.
Right. Coming up.
The
we'll
orange
see
arms.
The rocket will be heading to the China's Tianhe space station.
40秒，40秒。
That's the 40-second mark now.
Arms are open.
T minus 30 seconds
30
remaining,
秒
guys.
，30秒。
Okay.
And you can really see how sparsely
Finally.
populated this area is and how important that
T
is.
minus
20秒
20,
，20秒。
19, 18,
20 seconds
17,
to go,
16,
and we're seeing as the
15,
commander is giving
14,
out this
13,
countdown.
12, 11,
10
10,
10,
9
9, 8,
7
7,
6
6,
5
5,
Flame trench cam.
4,
3
3,
2
2,
1，
1.
点火。
Liftoff.
Ignition.
起飞，起飞，70摇动时
Been
44
expecting for
分
the
摇动
entire
秒，
morning.
自动
Now we're seeing the launch and liftoff. China's Long-March 2F.
摇动时44分摇动秒
That's Shenzhou-14 spacecraft. The taikonauts
That
also
was
seems very...
amazing.
酒泉光学跟踪正常。
And now we're seeing is the rockets still leaving the Earth, heading to China's space station.
Those shock diamonds look amazing,
more
and the onboard
announcements from the
camera.
ground control
Wow.
青山 USB 雷达跟踪正常，遥测信号正常。
So the pitch over is already accomplished. It changes the direction from a vertical direction
双程
to
光
the
学雷
east
达跟踪
south.
正常。
Yeah, we're
If dials
seeing
are
from
not
this,
there in this
the
rocket,
camera view that has been
I
set
think
up
it's integrated
on the
inside
side of
only.
the
So
rocket,
，USB
which
雷
is still
达
living
跟踪
higher
正
and
常
higher.，
遥测
those
信号
shock
正常。
diamonds
东风飞
always
行。
amazes me. Always amazes me. Those shock diamonds are so good.
So the next critical step will be the jettisoning of the emergency escape tower.
That could
All
happen
right.
any
About
second, right?
120 seconds.
That little pointy, that small rocket will finish its job
Yeah.
and will be separated from the main rocket.
Honestly, I felt my heart rate go up there.
You can see the
All
astronauts.
taikonauts seems very calm and
Yeah.
Great. This is infrared video.
and they're not experiencing too much acceleration at this moment.
So you can see that both the vehicle and the flame is very bright. I believe.
Which part will be the hardest for those?
As I
taikonauts?
mentioned, just before the separation of the boosters, when
Okay.
it is transonic,
Oh.
it is transonic. The flow will be the most complex, and also the aerodynamic forces will be acting on at the maximum level.
So the max Q will be the most problematic. Yeah, there you go. Jettisoning of the escape tower.
逃逸塔分离。
And the escape tower has been separated
It
from
is
this
already
rocket.
jettisoned. So the next step will be the separation
青山
of boosters.
USB 雷达跟踪正常，遥测信号正常。
So far, so good.
Now the
About-
next
this is
event
very
coming
clear
up
through
is
the
the
infrared.
jettisoning of the side boosters, which you will see very soon.
Now we're seeing
东风光学 USB
Onboard
雷
camera
达
is
跟
up.
踪正常，遥测信号正常。东风飞行正常。
And we're hearing lots of the voices of all the various ground stations saying that the
I
monitoring
think the
and
cutoff
everything
is there
is about to-
and jettison confirmed. There you go. Just look at that.
The flame.
And the first stage is already separated.
The first stage also gets separated and the second stage has been powered up now. And as I said, you will see after some time you will see the second stage also getting cut off, but the vernier still firing. You can see the verniers here, the smaller engine and then the main engine. So the main engine will be cut off after some time, but the verniers will still be firing for that fine-tune insertion in the orbit.
The nozzle of the small vernier engines, which can change the direction to control the attitude.
So this is the second stage rocket that we're looking at now.
The fairing inside the fairing.
Payload fairing is also
Payload
separated.
fairing, it's about to separate it.
Okay. So we can see the folded
There you
panels.
go, the first
双层
sunlight.
抛整流罩。
Well, after the second stage rocket is ignited,
Yeah.
that we're now seeing a separation of the fairing.
And that will leave the space shuttle exposed.
And the fairing is what protects the spacecraft, and now the
青山 USB
spacecraft is
跟踪正
now
常，
exposed
遥
to the
测信号
outside.
正常。
So the second stage will work for more than 400 seconds. And the
双
first...
层光学雷达
So
跟
now
踪
will
正
be
常。
the hardest time for the
No,
astronaut.
it's already
Yeah.
not the most
They have already
dangerous
going through this part.
Yeah, because this moment is already come out of the densey atmosphere. And
So what will they be feeling right now?
they will experience the vibration and the G forces.
Okay.
And you know that the thrust is almost the same, but because with the exhausting of the propellants, they will acting more and more of the G load on the body. And the maximum G load happen during the separations, because at that moment the thrust is big, but the mass is small. And during the flight of the second stage, we will first shut down the main engine. And the four vernier engine will work longer to adjust the trajectory precisely to ensure the accurate orbit of the Shenzhou.
So they've already passed the toughest moments, basically. Of
It's
this
already
launch, and now
past
it's-
the most tough
Right.
moments,
Mhm.
because
Just
as I
waiting to get
mentioned,
into orbit.
when it is experience the max Q, it will be have the maximum aerodynamic forces. But now it's already almost in the vacuum condition.
Yes.
Now it's just a matter of how accurate they inject into the orbit. That means how much fuel they spend when chasing the space station.
青山 USB 跟踪正常，遥测信号正常。
The voice is just reported the tracking status of the certain ground stations.
双层光学雷达跟踪正常。
Again, more report backs. of everything being monitored.
Okay, the things are looking great. Everything is working fine right now. As per the plan, you can see the orientation is corrected right now.
东风飞行正常。
You can see the background is the Earth, very bright.
Right.
It's because it is in daylight time.
Yes, that is this phenomena of reflection of light from the Earth is known as something. Albedo. I don't recall right now, but there's something. There's a word for it.
And then will be the separation of the spacecraft and
After the vernier engine is also shutted, there are four vernier engines. So after the shutdown of the vernier engines, we will see the separation.
They're still
Then we check
reading
out a
those
phase of
booklets
Tianzhou.
there.
Because they are already past the maximum G forces, so they are more relaxed now.
So I mean, it didn't last too long, did it? The
About,
these?
as I mentioned, about near 10 minutes.
Albedo, yes.
584 seconds.
Exactly. Albedo. That's what it is right now. What that bright thing.
The Earth, so beautiful.
青山 USB 跟踪正常，遥测信号正常。
So it reported that the telemetry data is normal. We can get the detail of any technical parameter from the telemetry data.
I have no idea. I don't know if you have been checking on the internet, because yesterday the China Space Authority has released a new set of the footages that's been filmed by the Shenzhou-14 crew. They took the pictures and the video
the 8K, yeah.
That's the 8K high-resolution footage.
Oh,
Okay. Main engine shut down, 1 year still running.
Shenzhou-14 crew.
So are they using the they take the camera with them, or they use the camera on the space station to take all of those footages?
Both.
Both?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Cai Shizhe is still reading the handbook.
And
I wonder if it's also a way to calm any nerves that they may have.
See the abrupt separation, and that is completely and fine. You will see the Shenzhou, when the Shenzhou spacecraft will separate, it will perform some maneuvers which won't look comfortable enough, but it is a good maneuver which is performed to separate the spacecraft properly. So you'll see that if you'll get to see the separation properly here.
This is, it's a historic moment for them.
And especially for Tsai, I guess. It's his first time up. He's been training so long.
But he's holding it together very well.
Yeah.
Because they have windows in the re-entry capsule, so after the jettisoning of the payload fairing, they can already begin to enjoy the scene outside the cabin.
So that's an animation down at the bottom right of where the rocket is, where the space shuttle is.
Well, on the bottom right of the screen, you can see a 3D animation which represents the real status of the vehicle based on the telemetry data. So you can see that the 4 vernier engine is still working. It will adjust because the thruster is much smaller than the main engine, so it can adjust the trajectory very precisely. Great.
Separation is happening. There you go. That's maneuver which was performed. It is completely nominal, just performed to properly separate not only vertically but horizontally too. So yeah, and now the mission is successful, but still wait for the solar panels to open up. But obviously the rocket works is done.
Oh yeah.
Now let's see, they're playing with their pen.
Every time it's the new guy.
Mrs. Cai Shizhe is so excited.
Right? Every time it's a new guy. Well, Mr. Tsai, enjoy your remaining voyage to the space.
Thank God for the new guy, others we wouldn't be seeing that, would we?
So the other 2 veterans is not so excited.
Right.
Oh, there's that pen.
I
So
guess
the pen
that's
is
the
our
zero
zero G
G indicator for them, right?
Maybe that's a tradition as well.
Yeah. That's a spontaneous one.
So, Professor Yang, can we say this now Shenzhou-4 has entered this predetermined orbits now?
It's already entered the orbit, but still needs to get the orbital parameters by the telemetry data, and also from the measurement from the ground stacking tracking data. And we will combine all these data and analysis the exact orbit, and only with it's accurate enough, we can say that it is a successful launch.
When will they be able to leave their seats and move about? Would that be once
after the unfolding of the solar panels?
Okay.
And then they can open the hatch between the 2 modules and go into the orbital module, and also they can take off their IVS spacesuit.
So now they're already on this orbit where the space station is located.
It's in the same orbital plane, but in a different altitude.
Different altitude.
As Professor Zhang has mentioned, actually speaking, their orbit, this initial orbit is lower than the station. Because according to the features of orbital dynamics, the lower it is, the faster it is rotating the Earth. So it is the chasing vehicle, chasing the space station.
And we have the solar panels getting opened up.
About 6.5 hours.
6.5 hours. Okay.
There you go, finally. Now you can say everything has worked as per the plan. Just waiting for the docking now, which will happen in 6.5 hours from now.
And that marks the successful launch, right?
北京明白。
The solar panels.
Well, that basically
太阳帆板展开。
That's a great image.
You can see
now
this.
we can basically say it's a successful launch.
It's
太阳帆板
Right.
驱动正常。
And now it's just
So now
waiting
it's
for
just
the final official announcement.
Yeah. So this is the cruising
Big red
stage.
screen is about to happen, guys.
Check the accuracy of the orbital parameters, and then announce the success, and see the big red screen.
And we should be able to hear from the astronauts themselves pretty soon, right? They should be coming onto the comms and communicating with the ground staff.
中继天线展开正常。
Oh, great! Also, the unfolding of the data relay and
Thanks, Flying the Bug, for giving us all the, all the people on the audience for giving us all the love and support. Really appreciate it.
神舟14号，我是北京。
That means we can
That's
communicate with the
Beijing's
three
ground
astronauts.
staff just communicating just now.
通报座舱大气环境及身体状况。
We're about to hear
身体好的。
report.
And that's astronaut Liu Yang reporting back that she's in good condition.
好的。神舟14号报告，飞船座舱大气。长江3号跟踪正常，遥测信号正常。完毕。
That's fantastic. That's the voices of the astronauts there saying that they are all well.
In good condition.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good things to hear.
It's actually the first time that we've heard from them since heard their voices, right?
Right.
Since before the launch.
1号零
Yeah.
跟踪正常，前反向数据。
And if you're watching our special coverage for,
神舟
if
14
you've
号，
been
我是北
following
京。
our special coverage,
地面
you
确
really
认
hear
客
about
舱
those
环境正
terms
常
in，Chinese
可以
terms
打开面窗。
often, like 的感觉良好. It
I
means it
hear
feels
that.
good.
I feel
we feel
good.
good. I feel
this
good.
the ground commander asked them they can open their helmet now. It's already safe enough.
Okay, guys, thank you so much for the support. But right now, we
More comfortable.
still waiting for the final confirmation. But now they can open up their helmets because now the depressurization can happen, but the chances of it being happening has reduced dramatically. So now they can be comfortable.
On your head as well.
There are pipes between their IVA spacesuit and the cabin, and it can not only provide the oxygen and also provide the ventilation and cooling. So the IVA spacesuit, that is the reason why it is much more simpler than the EVA spacesuit.
What sort of temperature would it be inside the capsule right now?
About 25 degrees. Very comfortable.
That's pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
If not, a bit hot for them, though.
And also we hear
Considering
the
what they're wearing.
solar panels
And
work.
my US people out here, it's 25 degrees Celsius. Okay, not Fahrenheit.
神舟14号飞船已进入近地点高度200公里，远地点高度360公里，倾角41.35度，周期约1小时30分钟的预定轨道。太阳帆板展开，飞船工况正常，航天员状态良好，后续工作按照正常飞控计划实施。
So there it is, the ground staff saying that the Shenzhou-14 has entered the planned orbit, the track.
Professor Yang, want to explain a little bit more about their flight condition that has just been reported by the control room?
The ground commander has already announced its orbital parameters.
Yes, that's
the
right.
perigee is about 200 kilometers, and the apogee is about 360 kilometers. As I mentioned, it's slower than our Tiangong space station, so it rotates faster. And the inclination means the angle between the orbital plane and the equator. It's 41.35 degrees. So that's the current parameter of our Tiangong space station. They are already in the same orbital plane. So because it is lower and it will chase the station one cycle by one cycle, become closer and closer, and finally docked to the nadir docking port of the station.
我是北京，东风请讲。下面请酒泉卫星发射中心主任、发射场区指挥部周立鹏指挥长 宣布发射结果。
All right, the final announcement is coming.
北京明白，各号注
We
意
will
收
see
听。
the big red screen soon.
Let's check it out.
各位领导、专家、
Dear
同志们
leaders, dear experts,
根据北京
fellow
航天飞行
comrades,
控制中心通
according
报，
to the observation of Beijing Aerospace
遥44
Center,
火箭已将
the
神舟
Long
14号
March
载人飞
2F
船准确送入
Y-14 rocket has sent the Shenzhou-14 spacecraft into the designated orbit. The solar panel has been deployed and the spacecraft is in good shape. The launch mission was a great success.
There you go, the iconic
at that big red screen.
red screen,
That must be a proud moment for everybody
indicating
there.
a
And
full
big relief.
success for today's
Right.
mission. Although
I
the
keep
mission is
imagining
still
the
not
screen, that's
over
a
because the
tradition.
docking is still left. But yes, very young team. That is one thing which you will notice in Chinese space program, that folks out there are really very young. And that's not the case in Indian Space Agency, or I haven't seen that in other even NASA too. NASA also employs like people who are there. So yeah.
Stages in our Shenzhou
Hey,
8.
thank you so much, Moonman, for great stream as always. Keep it up. Hope your fine has been well. Wearing the hat. Oh, that's great. We'll talk about it, the hat thingy. But yeah, thank you so much for supporting me. And yes, finals will be there. Right now, the practicals happened and it went well.
Practical. So today we can, based on the parameters measured by the vehicle itself, and then it will calculate the strategy for the orbit maneuver, and then do that orbit maneuver. So today we can greatly reduce the burdens of the ground staff and conduct the orbit maneuver more precisely and automatically. And then with only 6 hours, we approach the station and then dock with it.
So what happens in the next 6 hours for these astronauts? What do they do?
They can basically relax and review the read that book
Continue
again
reading
on
that.
how they open up into the. There are four hatches. Four hatches they need to open very carefully because, in particular, the one connecting the orbital module, and when it docks onto the Tiangong station, there's vacuum in there to begin with, and that's going to take some time to fill up, and they need to be very careful when opening that sort of things, because if you have air pressure not balancing, things get pushed around quite violently. But yeah, they got some time to relax and use the facilities.
So,
And
so in this coming period, in the coming stage, this the spacecraft can automatically chase after the space station, right?
Yeah. Today we can do the automatic orbit maneuvers. You see that besides what Professor Zhang has mentioned, also the commander must prepare for some measures of the manual docking. As I have discussed, there are handles, there are control handles inside the just in the middle seat of the re-entry capsule. So if anything wrong happened, we can switch the docking mode, approaching mode from the automatic docking to the manual docking.
So we've waited 3.5 hours really for this, and the launch has happened.
All
And
right.
authorities from the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center have declared the Shenzhou-14 launch a success. So the taikonauts Chengdong, Liu Yang, and Cai Xuzhe are on board. They're headed for a 6-month stay on China's space station, the Tiangong, which means the Heavenly Palace. And their mission marks the second phase of the Tiangong's construction. And China aims to complete the space station by the year's end, and this will be the third crewed flight to the station. The Shenzhou-14 will be docking with the station's Tianhe core module, and that was launched in April last year. So with the docking that will happen,
Yes, thank you so much, Mars, and thank you all for your great wishes. But right now the stream is not yet over. You will see some, when this thing happens, when this liftoff is a success, you get to know more about the upcoming things which can happen. So just wait around a bit and you will see something good.
port. That means so when you're chasing it, because the engine is on the back end of the crew capsules. It's called service module. The engine's pointing backwards, so it's flying head on this direction. So it needs to go into this direction first, and then it's parked like 200 meters away, and it's a slightly different orbit. So you have to so the speed is not exactly the same, unlike before. So that's a bit of a thing, and then you come in and stop once more for a very short amount of time, and then goes in. So it is a complex maneuver, but the machines handle it really well. So I really
so it's relaxing for the astronauts perhaps for this stage, but it's a lot of work for the ground control staff, right, to be monitoring everything. So it's kind of still a very tense moment for them. To say the next.
Because we have the Tianhe data satellite, so any moment we can get the critical parameters of the vehicle via the communication link between the Tianhe data satellite system. So almost 100% coverage. And also, as Professor Zhang has mentioned, because you know that just several years before, we just performed docking from or behind the station. Essentially speaking,
yes, now they're docking port.
But if we approach the station from the bottom,
and there is one more thing. Okay, just finish.
So, strictly speaking, they are in different orbit, and the relative position is not a stable one. So that's a difficulty. Because this difference and challenging, we just test this technology during the Shenzhou 12 mission. When the Shenzhou 12 crew left the station, they not go back to the Earth. So they just simulate the procedure to approach station from the bottom to prepare for the Shenzhou 13 crew.
And Professor Yang, what's the first thing that they will do when they get to Tianhe, when they dock? What's the first thing they'll do when they enter the space station?
First, as Professor Zhang has mentioned, they have to open 4 hatches. The first one, the hatch between the orbital module and the re-entry capsule. The second one is the front hatch of the orbital module. And then open the hatch of the node of the station. And then open the hatch between the node and the living quarter of the station. 4 hatches.
Doors to open.
So each operation is very, very important. And
thank you. I'll say Doraemon only. Thank you, Doraemon, for $4.99. Thanks for your 4 hours of professional and objective explanation. See you in July. Thank you so much for coming in. But you will see more streams in June itself. Obviously, Chinese stream will happen in July, but there are many streams coming up. The I think the Crew Dragon mission is also coming, or is it the normal cargo resupply? But there are many missions in June too. The PSLV, SSLV is also there. So just be here. You will get everything you need to know about those missions. So yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Sounds a bit complicated. Then we check in a hotel.
And yeah, I was talking about this thing, this radial docking, because this time here it will not dock linearly with the docking port as you explained. It will just come in from behind and try to dock. And because of that, since the orbit is different, it has to slowly and steadily correct its orbit so that it's not, it is behind and it's below, so it will be moving fast. So it has to decelerate and then correct its orbit and then try to dock it. But one more thing is there, that at the time of docking, 6.5 hours or so, we have sunlight there, means the daytime is there. And these radial dockings are actually performed, and it's in night. It is a thing which they do. I just got to know, but I don't know the reason for it. But it's a food for thought for me, and I'll research about it. And if anyone knows why do they do it, and I think they'll do it now also. They'll just hold the docking for some few minutes or so that it can go in the night section, and then they can perform the radial docking. Maybe some optical sensors getting hindered with the sunlight reflection at that point of time. Maybe I'm just speculating. So if anyone knows, you can type into the chat. But yeah, that is how it is supposed to happen.
So there are robotic arms on that new lab module to do the job. But if that doesn't happen, you need to use the robotic arm to do the job. That will be a more sort of intensive manual process, more of a construction work for them. And then the other lab will go in the forward docking port and then get transposed onto the side perching port as well. And then they will go in there, testing out the new airlocks, make sure all the auxiliary, so the life support system works in Wentian module. They would obviously do the spacewalks, see the new airlocks, and then unpack some racks and sort of install them.
Right. And there'll be a tight schedule for
that
our
sounds
three
a lot
astronauts.
of work, yeah.
EVAs to look forward to.
Right. Thank you so much for Zhang Fan and also
5 rendezvous and docking, 3 and dock.
We'll dock with the
Okay.
Tianhe core module soon,
I'll
and
tell
the
you
3
what I was
taikonauts
saying.
will continue on with the construction of China's space station Tiangong, and we'll also continue to bring you updates from their mission across our programs.
That's right, and for now we will wrap it up here. From all of us here at CGTN and along with our 2 guests, Zhang Fan and also Yang Yuguang, thank you so much for your company.
And we'll leave you with a quick look back at some of the key moments from today's launch. And bye for now.
Bye-bye.
And thank you so much. Welcome to the stream, members group JJ. Welcome to the technician level. My Discord is messed up a bit right now. I'll have to correct it so that you all can connect. All the members can connect it on the Discord properly. And I don't know why the bot is not spamming the Discord link in the chat. So I'll do that, no worries. So, but thank you for becoming a member, JJ. Welcome to Technician. So yes, I was saying that the crew will experience 5 rendezvous and docking, 3 undockings, and 2 rotation of the modules. This is the major thing which they'll do. Rotation of the modules is that the Wentian and the Mengtian first of all will dock with the front port. And then they need to move to the side ports. That's how they will do. See, and you know, you might be wondering why to have it docked at the front port. I mean, what do I mean by the front port? Let me just tell you. Okay. And yes, these are the things which I do, guys. In the initial part of the live stream, I do this explanation of everything you need to know about a mission in every launch and during every launch or a space event. So you can just come in here, hang out, and I'll just leave it to me for explaining all those things. So I did that for here too. You can see the cross-sectional area and YF-24 engine, the whole. This is what I explained basically. The whole the escape system. The abort scenarios, how the abort system takes place, like T plus 0 to 120 seconds. This escape motor is attached. Escape, yeah, the tower is attached, so it takes the whole stack away and does the job. And after that, the high altitude abort motors take place, the Shenzhou spacecraft, and yes, this one, the Tianhe module. So what I was saying that first of all, the Wentian and the Mengtian will dock here, and after that it will be with the robotic arm, with the help of robotic arm, it will be rotated from this port to this port, and from this again the Mengtian will come, and then it will be rotated from this port to this port. Here there is one more port. So the reason why the forward docking port is preferred, because this is such a big unit, right? And to perform any sort of radial docking with the core module it would be very difficult, right? Right, because you know, this Wentian and Mengtian had like 20 tons in weight, and they have such a big mass, and therefore those RCS may not be powerful enough to quickly correct the orientation. So it's always easier and recommended to use the forward docking port, because it is in line with the orbit of the actual space station, and hence you can just avoid all those incorrections here. Because like today what will happen is there is one more docking port here in the bottom part here, another docking port. It will the Shenzhou will dock here, and when you are docking from here, you are at, first of all, at the orbit is slightly below the orbit of the CSS, so you are moving faster in the orbit. So you need to correct that. You need to reduce your speed here and also move in the forward direction. That's not what you have to do here. You just need to move in the forward direction here, so it's easier to do that for a big 20-ton module. Once you are docked here, then the robotic arm, which can, this is a very special robotic arm here, this one robotic arm, this can travel across the space station and then move the modules to here. Like from it will be docked here initially and then it will be moved to here. So this is how it would look like, the Tianhe module. This is the the robotic arm. This is the Wentian and the Mengtian module, the Shenzhou spacecraft, and the Tianhe spacecraft. So this is how the total space station would look like. And finally, yeah, this what I was talking about. Today means July, the Wentian will be launched and the Shenzhou will be docked here today. So you can see that after that it will be rotated from here to here with the help of the robotic arm in August, and then in October the other one will come into place, which is the Mengtian one, which will again dock at this port only, the forward docking port, and then again it will be rotated here, and then finally the Shenzhou, which was here at the radial port, will be moved on to this, or maybe it will not be moved on. I'm not so sure about it. Maybe there will be some crew rotation, but yeah, that's how it would look like by December. So yes, yeah, that's what we had. Here you can see the total timeline. Shenzhou-14 happened in June, July the Wentian lab module, October the Mengtian, and then finally the Tianzhou 5 and the Shenzhou-15 will follow. And this today's mission will start the sustained presence of Chinese, or you can say the taikonauts on the Chinese space station. Yes, that's how it would work. Let's just come into it and see what do we have in here. If you have any questions or such, you can surely ask me, guys. Okay, so, and please be civil in the chat, right? Okay. So we saw beautiful liftoff of the rocket, and yes, this camera, the flame trench cam is always my favorite. And Chinese people don't disappoint us during, never disappoint us basically during that point, and they have this trench cam in almost every launch active. So that is great. You can see the engines also here, the Shenzhou engines, the RCS module. This is uh, the solar panels, and obviously this all the astronauts are in here. And this orange bag is actually the emergency kit, and it has the what should I say, the gun also in it, because this emergency kit is basically used when if during the landing they don't land at the designated position and land at somewhere else, and most of the area at the China is a mainland, so they might land in a forest, so there might be some wild animals, and to fight them you need a gun. And so yes, that's what it is for, not to have a Russian roulette at the station, not to play the Russian roulette at the station, but to protect ourselves from the wild animals. Same is the case for the Russians also. The Soyuz, the Russians also carry a gun. The reason is the same. And yes, this happened, and we this I was there any live stream? I didn't actually catch the live stream for the NS-21 for some reason. So yeah, that is one thing. This happened yesterday, and this happened today. So, and it was such a good cam here. I can just watch it all whole day all along. And you can guys follow me on Twitter. This is my Twitter ID, @RocketGyan, which you can see. Just it is in the description also. Twitter.com/RocketGyan. You can follow me here. I have so many updates regarding those things, things happening in space, right? I just tweet many things. I did this one also. Interesting. Tianwen 1 solved the problem of angle of attack with the 15 kg trim wing. And as I said, I explained things in my live stream. So I did the live stream for the Tianwen 1 mission also, and it went fantastically well. So I explained the use of this trimming flaps. Basically, NASA used this thing called jettison. What should I say? Jettison. They jettison this. Weights, balance weights to control the angle of attack, but the Chinese solved it with the use of trimming flaps, which is in my opinion a better way to do so. Yes, that happened. Okay. And there was one thing which I would like to update, that this I hope this won't happen again. CCTV in the previous live stream for the Tianzhou first, CCTV gave me a copyright claim. I hope this does not happen again this time, but they were kind enough to release it. So that's the update I would like to give you all. So I hope they don't give me again this time, but yes. Okay, finally that was a successful mission. Let's just have a recap it of this thing here. There you go.
And now we're seeing is the rockets still leaving the Earth, heading to China Space Station.
And more announcements from the ground control center.
Okay guys, I think that should be enough. This video should summarize it pretty well, and if you want to catch all those things again and hang out with me again, you can just do that by coming in here for there is one more live stream, launch on 9th of June. SpaceX launching Nilesat 1, I guess. So that is happening here. Yes, the Nilesat 301 is being launched on 9th of June. Yes, the CRS-2, SpaceX CRS-2 is on 10th of June. And how can I forget the Rocket Lab's capstone mission, which is actually very important for Rocket Lab because they will be sending something to the moon. Finally, a small sat launcher sending something to the moon. How cool is that? Hey, thank you so much, Moon Man, for my always savior. Thank you so much. Thanks, Gyan, for covering launches from all over. It is awesome to share space exploration with people all over the world. Yes, that's what my aim is actually. This is my aim on this channel, that on this channel I want to make people aware about the possibilities and how cool the space is. Make them aware, because the space and rockets is such a good topic, cool topic. If you just you just don't think about anything else and just have a dive inside this space and rockets, that's it. It will take care of you and you don't need to do anything else. So that happens amazingly well. And thank you so much, Crisco, for 7.99. Yeah, I was thinking about and it's a Chinese launch. Where is Crisco? And hey, he is. Thank you so much for that 7.99, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yes, that's what my aim for this channel is, to make people aware how cool this rocket science is. It's people say that the rocket science, when you need to say something which is easier to do, but people make it tough. You say this is not a rocket science, signifying that it's not tough as rocket science. But actually, ask me, rocket science is very easy once you understand. It just requires some basic high school physics. That's all. And you can get all the things that you need to know about those things. And once you know those things, you play KSP, and then you are ready for the rocket world, basically. So okay, that's it, I guess. Now I can go and have a sleep. I haven't slept all night. It's 9 a.m. here. Okay, I'll have a good sleep now. Thank you all for joining in. I'll see you again on 9th of June. Until then, this is Priyanshu Roila. You just saw Rocket Gyan. Stay safe, stay healthy, and bye-bye.